Can I have the assembly people come back to the dais, please? Oh, there's Ron.
You didn't see her because she had her back turned.
So I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee. Here. Robert Yunt.
Here.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay. The next item is the approval of the agenda. Is there anything the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull Resolution 24-042 and AM 24-038.
Okay. Is there any?
That would be AM 24038 was the second one.
Is there any other anything else on the consent agenda anybody would like to pull?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to
Yes,
pull AM 24-038.
It was already pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other items? Okay. Hearing none, then those are the changes to the agenda, and the agenda is approved. So if you'll all stand, please, and Jessica from the Greater Wasilla Chamber, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have some special orders. I think at first we have a short video, I think, okay.
In 2011, the Conservation Corridor was established in Upper Cook Inlet. It would provide safe passage for northern-bound salmon through a gauntlet of commercial fishing boats. Despite a proven 12-year record of success, the Conservation Corridor faces its biggest threat ever, the federal management of a mixed-stock fishery.
So when we get into this kind of stuff, I mean, obviously there's a lot at stake here, and there is a lot of people going to be affected, and the resources first and foremost in the minds of the Fish and Wildlife Commission members.
For the first time since statehood, the federal government is involved in the fishery management of Cook Inlet. And exactly how that management is going to affect the existing programs and stocks of fish that travel through Cook Inlet to our area is anybody's guess.
Taking final actions on things that be totally blown out of the water with whatever the feds decide on how they're going to manage in the EEZ. So that's another major level of chaos that's been introduced into this particular meeting.
So I'm going to present some proclamations this evening to the members of our Fish and Wildlife Commission that's here with us, and I'm going to come down. I've asked Senator Stoltz to assist me in helping to some of you. He may not be somebody you know, but he was the best representative and senator we ever had from Peters Creek for the Valley. That's a joke. That was outside of the area. But he did a lot for us, and he continues to work with the commission and knows how to spell the word fish and wildlife, so. You guys will let Bill out there, so he's going to be my right-hand guy. So, okay, these are the individual ones, and they're all the same, so it doesn't make any difference. But we do also then have this seal. We have this seals that we're going to give to each one of them. And that's for there. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Do you want me on that side, sir, or how would you like us to do this?
You can read, yeah, this is fine.
I do that here?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. So I'm just going to read the general one, and then our very capable staff has provided me with some history on each one of you. I don't know if you even want to admit that you guys are that old. I don't necessarily like to. Larry and I have been friends for, I don't know, 50 years, I guess. Your wife and I were sorority sisters. So anyway, so this is my mayoral proclamation recognizing the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. Whereas the Mat-Su Borough is blessed with a rich diversity of fish and wildlife resources, including salmon populations that are integral to the cultural, economic, and economic fabric of our region. And whereas the preservation, conservation, and management of these resources require dedicated efforts and advocacy to assure their sustainability for present and future generations. And I'd just like to say to the audience, I know it's sort of hard to think about fishing when there's white stuff, but you know, you will appreciate the work that they do in the summer months here. Now, under the leadership of Andy, who is not here, and Pete, who is the vice chair, along with Larry and Howard, Kendra is not here, Gabe, our newest appointment, and Jim Seitz, as well as the participation of Bill Gamble and Tim Hale from our assembly. They have worked tirelessly for all of us on behalf of what is going on in our valley, and stood, in my opinion, very strong so that we get our share and that we are not left out. So I now, this day, put my hand to this seal, and Bill has the proclamations for each one of you. And so Pete is the vice chair and has served on the board since 2022. He served with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for 23 years and retired as a commercial fish division regional supervisor in Kodiak. He also spent 17 years with the Federal Subsistence Program. And then Larry, you've been on the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission for more than 18 years. You were a fisher biologist with the state Alaska State Department of Fish and Game for over 30 years in the Cook Inlet, beginning in 1960. He is a former Alaska Board of Fisheries member, serving from 1994 to 2003. And Howard, you served on the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission since 2010, is that correct? And you are a former Alaska Department of Fish and Game biologist, having served the department and the people of the state of Alaska for 21 years. Thank you for your service. You spent 15 years in the state hatchery program and 6 years in sport fishing and boating access. You have served on the Alaska Board of Fisheries from 2007 to 2010 and have spent 22 years writing as an outdoorsman in the Alaska newspaper in the Frontiersman. So if you've read, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order, please. All right, you guys, listen up now. This is a joint meeting with the school board for Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to start out with the assembly. Tim Hill, are you on the phone? Stephanie Nowers. Here. Dee McKee. Here. Robert Yunt, are you on the phone?
You're gonna have to come up here.
Bill Gamble.
This is Rob.
Oh, thank you. Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Thomas Berge.
Here.
Kendall Cruz.
Here.
Catherine McCollum.
Here.
Jubilee Underwood.
Here.
Brooke Pitcher.
Here.
Ole Larson.
Here.
Changes taking place over the last couple of years, and have traveled both Seattle and Juneau to advocate. Thank you very much for your continued service. And then we have staff person. Would you like to stand up? This is our staff person that makes them all look good, I guess. So I don't know, did you get all the pictures you need, sir?
Probably more than enough.
Okay, all right, well, thank you, thank you. Thank you. And the two assembly people that are commissioners, if they would stand, Bill Gamble and Tim, and you'll stand and we can acknowledge. And, oh, there you are. Would you come up, please, Rabbi? Ah, we knew, we were wondering if we were gonna get gifts. We could give gifts tonight. So, anyway, you wanna come over this way so you can face the people? Is that okay? So this is a mayoral proclamation. We've done it a few times and we always enjoy doing it. He always brings with us these little arcs that encourage sharing and saving. So there, he has a basket full there, so if any of you want to partake. The foundation of a thriving society is education. And in the Mat-Su Valley, prioritizing the education of our youth is paramount. And whereas education not only impacts knowledge for the, with life skills and fostering moral character to enhance the individual lives and contribute positively to our society. And whereas the esteemed Rebbe, you know.
Rabbi Menachem Schneerson.
Yeah, that's what I said. Emphasizes the significance of moral and ethical education in unlocking each individual potential to better for the world. And whereas each education has the power to unite diverse communities, by promoting acts of kindness and goodness and recognizing the profound impact even in a single positive action in the year. And whereas April 19, 2024 marks 122 years since Rabbi's birth, commending the 75th anniversary celebrating his leadership, highlighting the paramount importance of love for his wisdom, humanity, and spirituality. And whereas Education and Sharing Day is annually celebrated on his birthday, acknowledging his contribution to education, morality, and philosophy, spiritually reflection, and is our duty to equip the youth with the tools to purposeful life, service, and benevolence. Now, therefore, I, Edna DeVries, Mayor of the Mat-Su Borough, do encourage collective efforts foregoing a brighter and more promising future for all, and do hereby declare Friday, April 19th, 2024, as Education and Sharing Day. It's witnessed today by my hand and the seal of the Mat-Su Borough and the witness of our borough clerk on this day, the second day of April of 2024. And then we have these extra copies that you wanted, Sarah. And then if you want to say something?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Here or there?
Yeah,
Whichever way.
either place, whether you
Okay.
want to look at them or put your back to them or look at them or look both
Whichever,
ways.
whatever you say, you're the boss. Okay,
Leave that there with you.
so thank you very much, Mayor, and to all the assembly members for this tremendous honor. With this proclamation, the Mat-Su Borough proudly joins the President, the governors, and dozens of states and hundreds of cities, townships, in designating the Rebbe's birthday, which is always celebrated 4 days before the holiday of Passover, as Education and Sharing Day, in tribute to his outstanding dedication to education. The Rebbe teaches that education in general should not be limited to the acquisition of knowledge and preparation for a career. Instead, the educational system must pay more attention, indeed the main attention, to the building of character, with emphasis on moral and ethical values. The Rebbe emphasizes that every individual, and in fact every individual action, has an impact on the entire universe, and instilled the hope for a brighter future into the lives of countless people across the globe. Since 1978, the U.S. Congress has designated Education and Sharing Day on the Rebbe's birthday as a time to pause and recognize our responsibility to ensure that our young people have the foundations necessary to lead lives rich in purpose and fulfillment. Education and Sharing Day is about creating conversations. It is about the conversations we have with our children around the dinner table, the conversations we have with our students in the classrooms, and the conversations we have day in and day out that have an impact on the hearts and minds of our young ones. The Rebbe teaches that in truth, every person is an educator, and we must be mindful of our ability to impact the lives of others. People are more influenced by the things they do than the knowledge they are taught. Therefore, beyond the conversation, it is important to promote these ideals through action. In 1974, the Rebbe introduced the charity campaign. This was not a fundraiser for a specific cause or a call to philanthropists to write out big checks. Instead, it was a grassroots campaign to train us all to become givers. The idea is simple. Set aside a box in your home, to set aside a box in your home or in your office as a charity box, and to start off every day by giving a small amount of charity. Children should also have their own charity boxes and should be encouraged to give charity every day. This will educate them to have empathy and care for others. The catch is to do this on a consistent basis. Beyond the value of the accumulated charity money benefiting worthy causes, the hand becomes a giving hand, and one becomes a giver as a result. Although April 19th has been set aside as Education and Sharing Day, the theme and message is relevant every day of the year. Even today, let us reflect on our collective obligation and opportunity to enhance the true education of our children to serve as proper role models, and to take concrete actions to bring more goodness and kindness into our world. May God bless your efforts and the entire assembly to make a brighter future for everyone here in this borough and beyond, and may the merit of your crucial work welcome God's blessings in your personal lives as well for good health, success, and happiness. And therefore I brought with me, which a few weeks ago we were in Juneau, and we gave this all to the legislators in Juneau. All 60 of them got the gift of these because they are elected officials, so they're obviously our role models. And we're going to give it to each one of you as well. If you want to give it to, take it upstairs and together with this card. And whoever else would like, we'll leave it with the mayor. And whoever else would like, we could get them this ark for your children, for your grandchildren, and for yourself to be giving daily to any charity, the charity of your choice. This is not a fundraiser. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the minutes of preceding meetings. Are there any changes in the minutes that are being presented? Okay, hearing none, the minutes are approved as presented. Next, our agency reports. Report from the cities. Okay, I don't think I see anybody from either one of the three cities. We're school district. No. The only thing I would like to say regarding the school district, yesterday I, along with other people, school board members and public, Jessica was with us. We toured Reddington High School and Denina Elementary School, where they are participating. The kindergarten, the first grade, and the second grade are participating in the Alaska Reads program. And so they offer these, the school district offers these, and everybody is welcome to go. So if you want to see some of the inner workings, the day-to-day on some of the activities that are going on, be sure and hook up for that. All righty, we have a report from the state. Todd, sir?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, and staff, and constituents. Todd Smolden with the Governor's Office in the Mat-Su. I wanted to start by heading off a question from Assembly Member Nowers on energy, just to let you know that in terms of the GRIP line, which I know you ask about a lot, the governor did amend his budget to include some funds for the initial engineering design and things like that, while the Alaska Energy Agency and others are looking at how we're going to fund the larger project itself. So hopefully the legislature will approve that in their budget, and that can get started. So you know, I'm not going to take too much more time, really. I know you have a very busy agenda tonight. I will say that if you're watching kind of the finance process, a House Finance, every year there's always a lot more wants than there is revenue. That's kind of the nature of what we do, right, as public servants and spending public funds. Perhaps this year, more than ever, that is the case, where revenues are far below what the wants appear to be. And so compromise will be very necessary this year. So the governor continues to work with all members of the legislature on issues like school funding and other things that are important to people in the state. And if you anyone ever has any questions, I'm happy to help at least answer them from the governor's perspective. or get other information for you. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'm happy to take them if you do.
Oh, I guess we're gonna, Assemblyperson Benier, go ahead.
Any guesses on the PFD?
My guess is there will be a PFD through the mayor.
Don't spend it till you have it, Ron. I think that's it then. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have a meeting tonight in Willow with fire service personnel, so, but I'm looking forward to the manager's report as well as the rest of the meeting that I can catch. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't believe there was a joint Assembly School Board Committee meeting, right? No. And on our agenda, it talks about public relations, and then the next was the Point McKinsey update, but I think we're moving that to your report, aren't we, sir? Okay. So, Borough Manager Mike Brown, report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will validate Todd Smolden's commitment. He is one of our newer on-call responders in the Willow Fire Service area.
Oh, great.
So I saw some paperwork come by the desk today. I was like, I know that guy. So it's legit. I can attest to that. He actually has an appointment. So under manager's comment, I'm going to invite Dave Griffin, our port operations manager, to come forward. I'm going to open up with PMRE, and then he's going to transition to Port McKinsey. So we want to give you updates on the Port McKinsey Rail Extension Project, which I'm going to refer to as PMRE. And then Dave will talk specifically about Port McKinsey. Both Dave and I will be providing House Transportation Committee testimony on Thursday. So I'm going to say some things there that I probably should tell you about before I get there, just in case I'm wrong or off a bit. So we're going to provide testimony on both of these items on Thursday at the request of Representative McCabe's office. So the Assembly has a priority to pursue state legislative grant funding for the Port McKinsey Rail Extension. So that's still in the mix. But as we continue to progress and look for various options for completing the rail, I wanted to give you an insight on an upcoming federal grant application that we intend to pursue. So the borough intends to partner with the Alaska Railroad Corporation on a joint grant application. We will target the mega and infra programs, which are part of USDOT grant applications, with a deadline of an application of May 6th. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. ARC is working to acquire a grant writer for grant writing support, and we will work to leverage previously written grants related to this project. We will also be coordinating with the governor's office and specific state legislators, as well as our federal congressional delegation for letters of support. There is currently a state legislative resolution circulating in Juneau, which may formally recognize support for the project. You know, recently, it's been years since funding's come through. I think 2015 was the last year, so we want to have something more current. We think it would help to support our federal grant application. We estimate the non-federal match for this application to be approximately $55 million and expect that to come from the state if awarded. If awarded, this would also, and I'll use this term, quote unquote, federalize the project. And I've talked about this before. If we bring federal funding into this and federalize the project, it will very likely extend the timeline for completion, even if we have full funding. So I just want to make sure that's clear. You may recall we applied for a federal grant under the rural program last year, which was unsuccessful. This would have utilized the rail bed for a road. With submission of a rail grant, I am not planning to resubmit the rural grant for a road. We're going to focus our efforts on rail, and we'll see if it gets any traction. Frankly, I think this is, you know, as Dave and I have been talking about it, is we're exhausting all possibilities. And then if we get to that point where we're unsuccessful, we'll have a conversation about what do we do next. We're not there yet. But that's where we are with PMR and what we tend to do. I just wanted to make sure that the Assembly's informed of that before we move forward. Or if you hear about it in House Transportation Committee testimony and wonder why you're hearing it there. So with that said, I'm going to invite Dave Griffin, our Port Operations Manager, to come up and give you a brief update on Port McKinsey. This allows me to take some of this presentation off of the department budget presentations, lighten that load that day a little bit by doing some of that here tonight. And with upcoming state testimony, we thought it'd be a good timing. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Dave.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me okay? All right. My name is David Griffin. I'm the Port Operations Manager for Port McKenzie. And I am here tonight to talk about the port. So thanks for having me. Good seeing you all. So over the last, I've been on the job a little over a year now. And I just want to say thanks for all the support. I feel like in terms of alignment from the mayor, manager, assembly, members of the public, we have broad support for the port, and we're excited for the future. There are three sort of categories, we'll call them our priorities, that we are focused on. That includes business development, infrastructure improvements, and incentivizing private investment.
Hey, Dave, you got the clicker there. Can you advance as you're going through it? It's right up top.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right. So in a nutshell, when we talk about business development, we are just talking about business development at the port. So we're looking at not only, bringing in companies to utilize the port district, of which we've got about 9,000 acres of land dedicated for industrial commercial use, but also obviously the port and the dock. And so we've been focusing recently our efforts on tapping into the needs of the regional maritime industry and operating in Cook Inlet, and sort of taking a closer look at what we can do to make our port more capable to meet the needs of barge operators and folks that are doing business in and around Cook Inlet, but also folks that are based in the valley but might have projects out in western Alaska. And what are some of the things that we can do to incentivize and make our port more attractive for business? And a lot of that ties into infrastructure improvements, one of which we've been talking about the last year is this barge ramp project, and as well as cargo handling. And we did win a grant through the Maritime Administration to purchase a crane, so that process is ongoing. And what we are looking at is a 100-ton mobile harbor crane. And once we have that on site, then there will be no need for different companies to mob and demob a crane out to the port. We'll have one on site, and we have heard from the industry that that'll be a major selling point in terms of improving our capability, because as you guys know, the port's out there at Point McKenzie, it's out there a ways, and hauling equipment back and forth is expensive and time consuming. And so by having a crane on site, I think we're gonna really see an uptick in business. And then incentivizing private investment. Because the port has the 9,000 acre port district, we are very attractive to a number of different companies that are looking to do business in the state, primarily with a focus on energy and green tech, alternative energy and things like that. And so we are constantly doing tours out at the port. We're taking calls, we're having meetings, and these are not only local, but these are national and even international companies that are taking a look at the port. Last November, we had a contingent of folks from Japan come and take a look at the port, a company called Ineos, and they are looking at the area to set up shop for e-fuels production storage facility. So we'll see where that goes. Progress. So I'm just going to kind of run down our list of different things that we've been working on. In particular, probably one of the bigger projects has been the EDA grant that was awarded to the borough, and that contract was awarded to Western Marine for the pile sleeve project and cathodic protection. That was awarded in March, and so that project will commence this summer. So June, July, August, September, we're going to have a lot of activity at the port for the pile sleeve project. And then what that is we're wrapping the deep draft dock piles with a steel jacketed sleeve, which will extend the life of the deep draft dock at least 20 years, maybe longer. We'll see how that goes. And then cathodic protection is a constant challenge in our waters. And so by upgrading our cathodic protection, will also extend the life of the steel that's in the water. Additionally, we entered into a contract with a design and engineering firm to start designing the barge ramp, barge haul-out facility, ro-ro ramp. And so that design is progressing as we speak. As I'd mentioned a second ago, we did win an award from MARAD. And one of the reasons that we won that award is Port McKenzie is part of the U.S. Marine Highway Program, and that opens us up to tap into those grant dollars. And so we're excited about having that piece of equipment on site. And I thought it was kind of interesting, when we heard back from the review committee, they said that our grant application was the best grant application that they received. They were very impressed with it, and they encouraged us to continue to apply to that program for additional equipment.
Good, great, thank you.
On that front, we are going to reapply to the Port Infrastructure Development Program, grant program. And we applied last year. We were unsuccessful. They say usually your first go at it, you're not that successful, so they encouraged us to apply again. And so we will be applying to try to win award to finish the barge ramp project. In addition, we have had, over the last year, I was trying to do the math today, we've had at least 12 visits, if not 13 visits from different military folks, primarily folks coming over from J-Bear, but March 2nd, so basically a month ago, we did have a distinguished visitors visit, and what that is we had generals out at the port from all branches of the military except for Space Force, which that was a little bit of a bummer. That would have been cool. But they flew over in a Chinook and checked out the port, asked a lot of questions, and then the chopper came back, picked them up, and then took them back over to J-Bear. We had 25 visitors that were all part of that, so it was pretty impressive. And one of the reasons the military is taking a closer look at the port is resiliency, strategic location, military training exercises, and then they're also looking at bringing in possible military cargo to the port. So they're evaluating that. There are probably going to be the need to make a few improvements to facilitate their use, but I can say, and everybody that has come out there, they say that the military is serious about our port, or else they wouldn't be spending so much time evaluating it. So
Good.
that's exciting. Mike mentioned the PMRE and those efforts there. And in terms of business development, one of the things that we've been trying to do is just become more proactive in working with the resource industry groups like Resource Development Council, the Alliance, Pacific Northwest Economic Region, and others, just to market the port, get out there, hand out information. We've got a really nice brochure. We've got a really nice website. And just really sort of reminding people that, hey, we're open, we're operational, and we're capable of facilitating business. And as a result of that, we are getting some new contacts. In fact, we've got a call today from Western Construction. They're planning on doing some barge operations this summer, which is exciting. They want to move some gravel and rock through the port.
Yeah.
And then we've got a number of other operators that will be using the port this summer for barge operations. And then we will have a cement ship coming in mid-May, Quality Asphalt and Paving. And we'll know more about the salt here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Let's see what else. Just a couple of highlights on projects that we have going. I mentioned the deep draft dock pile sleeve project that will be taking place this summer. It's a pretty large effort. They're going to be mobbing a heavy lift barge, so a barge with a crane on it will be docked out at the port this summer. That's needed to facilitate the heavy sleeves out at the deep draft dock. And then as part of that project, we'll also be putting in sacrificial anodes for cathodic protection. We've got the, you can see the schematic there. We've that big sort of reddish rectangle. That's the vicinity of where the barge ramp will be placed. The design process will fine tune that, of course. And, you know, last summer we did move the conveyor up off of its foundation on the gravel pad, and it's temporarily placed out on the trestle to facilitate the movement of the salt. And then we're having our barge dock inspected and getting an assessment on that because it was constructed in 2000. Its design life is approximately 30 years. So 2030, we just want to make sure that our barge dock is holding up, and if there are any repairs or maintenance activities that we need to address, we can do that, and also start looking at the future, what we want to do with that. So I know I kind of breezed through that. I know there's a big agenda tonight, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
You, through the mayor, thanks for the report. This is probably one of our biggest priorities is trying to turn that port into something that brings in income instead of as a drain. And it's one of our assets that could be a huge economic driver for the valley and diversify away from property taxes on property. So if we can make it fly, that would really help us. The crane that you mentioned, the 100-ton crane and the barge ramp, I just wonder what the timeline you think are on those, if that's this summer, next summer, and also just on the crane, if that $945,000 grant covered the full cost, or if the borough is going to need to chip in some for that.
Right, that through the mayor,
Sure.
Member Nowers, good questions. The cost estimate on the crane is a little over $1 million, and so the way that grant is set up is an 80-20 split, 80 for the federal government through the award, and then the borough would cover the remainder of that. So right now we're looking at, we'd probably be covering, we still got to look at shipping and some other numbers. Shipping's quite expensive actually, but we'll probably come in right around 1.1 million is what I'm guessing at this point. We did get an updated cost estimate, but that did not include the shipping from Seattle or Bellingham up here, and that's roughly probably about $100,000 directly to Port McKenzie. And then the barge ramp.
Yep.
Real quick.
The barge ramp.
Dave, real quick, can I touch on that? So what the assembly will see is we have to get a grant agreement in place, which the feds haven't sent us that yet. Once we have that, we will bring that legislation forward for assembly approval for accepting and appropriating the funding. And then you will end up approving an AM for the procurement of the crane later. So you're going to see it come to you twice as we walk this process out, but we haven't yet received the grant agreement to bring the accept and appropriate forward. So just so you understand what that'll look like from your lens.
And then when it comes to the ramp, we did set aside some money for the design portion of that, and so that was awarded to Moffitt and Nickel, and they're a marine infrastructure engineering design firm specializing in docks and harbors and you name it, anything on the water. And so that firm is tasked with the design, and so that just kicked off last month. So we're in the very early stages of that. And we should be within another 3 months to 4 months. We should have the first phase of design for review on that.
So both these things, in terms of being operational, we're looking at next summer, probably realistically, with the crane and
the crane. I'm estimating this fall is probably when we would get the crane, or maybe sometime in the winter. But at that point, we might end up waiting until this time next year, just due to the conditions. And then for the barge ramp, once we get that design and an engineer's estimate, have a better understanding of what the cost of that's going to be. And we're looking at a civil project, right, with large rock revetment and gravel. It's basically a giant boat ramp, picture a boat ramp with big rock revetment filled with gravel. But it is tricky, right, because we're building a ramp into the mud, and so there's some interesting hydrology going on that is going to have to be addressed and make sure that we're not creating headaches for,
Gotcha.
the future, basically.
And then just kind of one, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, may I add to that? Because I want to be clear with the assembly, because you're the appropriating resourcing body. So when we brought forward that $4.75 million that's currently set aside in a project account for the barge ramp, that was federal funding, right? So we wanted to use not local taxpayer dollars, but that was what we had at the time. So, or that's what was available through that bucket. The probable cost of construction early on, this was probably a year and a half ago, probably had it estimated between $6 and $8 million. So we are fairly certain we don't have enough funding to construct the ramp, but we need to let the design run its course and have more certainty around what those cost estimates will be before we would bring future requests forward to the assembly. But there probably is a smaller component that may need to be made up in another way, and we'll work on that as the cost estimates are refined. So I just want to be clear, I don't want the assembly to leave here and think, oh, we got this thing funded, we're ready to build it. We're not quite there yet, but we do have nearly $5 million set aside, which is a large chunk of what we currently estimate it to be. So we'll let that run its course. We'll come back and have a conversation about that. But to have nearly $5 million set aside in federal funding for that, I think is a step in the right direction. We got to figure out how to close the gap when we know what that gap is.
Okay.
And as we move forward with the PIDP grant application, as I mentioned, we did apply last year. We're going to resubmit. We're going to upgrade it. But we're coming to the table. We'll have current design, probably 35% design. And then we're also coming to the table with the amount of money that Mike had just mentioned as match. So I'm feeling pretty optimistic that.
And then one just kind of follow-up question, and maybe for the manager, but, it's just heartbreaking to see our infrastructure out there not get used, and that rail bed has been sitting there unused for years and years and years. And we talked about turning it into a road and pursued that, and folks want it to be a rail. I just wonder, why would we're now pursuing, the rail we have to get the funding to do it. That's the only way it's gonna, we're not gonna come up with $200 million on our own. Why would we not just also submit at the same time the grant for the road? Is there we can't do, why can't we pursue both of those options? And if the rail money doesn't get through, then at least we're not another year behind on the road.
Through the mayor to Ms. Nowers, that's a great question. We could. I'm not sure how. I believe both federal grant programs for rail and road are all under USDOT. So I'm not sure how they're going to look at two grant applications from the same municipality asking for two different modes of transportation and going, do you guys not know what you want to do? I mean, that's what my concern is. Right now, what the conversation about turning the rail bed into a road did is it kicked things loose. Because now the railroad, ARRC is ready to be a partner and go in on a joint grant application. This project's been going on for well over a decade, and that's never happened. So we seem to have folks' attention, and when we talk Thursday about this, when I speak in support of it, it's going to go back to what we talked about a year ago, is why have we invested $184 million in state funding and realizing no public benefit? I think that's a really tough question when the public asks that, what is the plan? So we're going to chase it. We can certainly look at doing that. I'm just concerned that it sends mixed messages. And right now, I think with, the state legislature taking a position through a joint resolution, assuming they're able to do that, with the amount of investment already invested in a railroad or in building the rail, I think now's our best opportunity to move that forward. We're on the heels of the IJA funding, so there may be more available out there in general to apply to this type of an improvement. I think we take our shot. But if it doesn't pan out and we can't come up with a viable project timeline moving forward, I think we need to have a really hard conversation about what we're going to do. And it may not be what some folks want it to be, or we just let it sit idle, which I don't think that's an option. So we're just going to chase it. I think we'll have, May 6th, a pretty quick deadline. We'll know something this fall, one way or the other, and then we can readjust. And I think it continues to put pressure on the state and the legislature to figure out what do they want to do. I want to be very clear, 100% of the $184 million was state legislative grant funding. The borough didn't put a dime in. So I still think they have a stake in the game. I see this as a state project, not a borough project. We're part of it. We're part of that state, but it's a state project. So I don't think folks get to kind of backpedal and go, hey, borough, that's your project, you figure it out. I don't think it's that simple. So we'll continue to echo that and beat that drum, and we'll see if it goes anywhere.
Are there any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And do you have more on your report, sir?
That is all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Attorney, do you have a report?
I'll keep it short. No.
Yeah, that probably is as short as it can be. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
The clerk's report is in your red folders. Attached to that is the next Thursday's April 11th, 10 a.m. budget presentation agenda. So remember, next Thursday at 10 a.m. there's an assembly meeting. And also, the assembly talked about at the last strategic planning session to schedule another strategic planning session in August, and the administration is suggesting August 10th at 9 a.m. It's a Saturday in the same place. 10 a.m.
10.
Or do you want 9 a.m.? I'm sorry, it's 9 a.m.
Either 9 or 10.
9 a.m. 9 a.m.
Can we do early? Yeah.
Is there any objection, Madam Mayor?
Is there any objection to that date and time and location? I don't see any objection, Madam.
Okay. And then it's that time of year for evaluations for myself, the attorney, and the manager. I'd suggest May 21st at 4 p.m., right before a regular meeting for the manager, June 4th at 4 p.m. for the clerk, right before a regular meeting, and June 18th at 4 p.m. for the attorney evaluation, right before a regular meeting.
Concerns about that time to add on to your regular schedule? You have some, do you need to have those dates? Would you reread them, please?
It would be the regular meeting dates of May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at 4 p.m. before the regular meetings.
Okay. Any objections? I don't see any objections, Madam Clerk.
And that is all I have.
Okay, thank you. We also have a list of citizens and other correspondence. Is there any comments on the citizens or other correspondence that was presented to you? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk.
I am 24074, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid number 22139BB with Dirtworks for a final contract amount of $621,860.19 for the Butte Elementary School water system replacement. I am 24075, informing the Assembly of the manager's signature on and submittal of a federal fiscal year 2022-23 state and local cybersecurity grant application.
Is there any comments on the IMs? Okay, seeing and hearing none, they are presented. Special orders, we do not have any persons to be heard. And now we will go into public hearings. Do we have some sign-up sheets? We do. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
The first one is ordinance 24036, an ordinance extending the time limit for completion of the online web presence and GIS online mapping projects to June 30th, 2025, with accompanying resolution 24030, a resolution amending the scope of work and budgets for the online web presence and GIS online mapping projects. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff report. Go ahead.
Excuse me. To the Assembly through the Mayor, Leah Jones, IT Director. These are two projects that currently live in IT, the online web presence and GIS online mapping projects, and we are combining them into one project for the department for anything online related and extending the timeline to June 30th, 2025.
Questions to staff? Okay, hearing none, thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have a sign-up sheet? We do not have a sign-up sheet for this ordinance and resolution, but that doesn't preclude any of you from testifying if you would like. During this time, I just ask that your testimony deal only with ordinance 24-036 and resolution 24-030. Is there anyone that would like to give testimony? Caleb, do we have anybody online? We do not. One last chance, anyone? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Deputy Mayor Bernil, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-036 and resolution 24-030. 24-030.
Okay, discussion by assembly? Is there any objection? Okay, seeing no objection, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24038, an ordinance repealing MSB 3.36 business licenses. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Staff report, sir?
Mayor, members of the Assembly, the staff report's pretty short. I think the title is pretty self-explanatory. This ordinance would simply repeal the requirement to get a borough business license. I think the issues are addressed in the IM. The finance director is here, as well as I, for any questions or concerns over the ordinance.
Okay. Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers?
I just had one question. In the ordinance, it said that 90,000 a year was going towards the staff person to maintain our business licenses. And I just wondered if that's sort of that's one person's time, but they don't spend all their time on business licenses.
Through the mayor to the Assembly member Nowers, Cheyenne Hindo, Finance Director. That is a combination of several people's time, but in essence, they do spend most of their time, probably 80% of their day, on business licenses. We do a lot of reviewing of state licenses, of city licenses, following up on licenses that haven't been renewed. It's something that's done quite a bit. It would greatly free up time for them to do other things that we have waiting to be done.
Is that something we could also be a little more, if we kept the business license, get it more streamlined, so it's, people are applying online, like, a lot of this would be automatic instead of entering it by hand?
At this point, everything is online. The applications are online, the processing online. Most of this is comparing the state database to our database. Like I said, it's a lot of individual contacts with people, contacting them, calling them, a lot of mailings, because we mail the business license. It's not something that it goes out automatically. So this also saves printing costs if we get rid of this, which are considerable during the year.
Okay, thank you. I was a little surprised by the high number, but that's a lot that has to.
And that's
taken
wages
down.
and benefits. That's not just wages.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just curious as how much the business licenses bring us in every year.
They bring in a little over $500,000 annually.
Okay, and alternate deputy mayor Yon, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's my hope that we can redirect the newfound staff time into a full-time grant writer. I know it's something we've talked about a lot in the past, but I do think the Matsu Borough would benefit drastically from having a grant writer on staff, so I just want to get that there on record, so thanks.
Okay. Further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We do have a sign-up sheet, and I will go ahead and call the people forth to testify, and even if you didn't sign up, you're welcome to testify after we have heard from all of the people that have signed up. So Kendra McLean, there you are. Okay, thank you. Yes, ordinance 24-038.
It's AM 2438.
Oh,
Is it the same
no,
thing?
this is ordinance.
Okay.
You'd have to sign up for an audience participation.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
No problem. Karen?
My name is Karen Lackey, and I am in favor of this repeal. We are already required to have a state business license. If you live in Palmer, Wasilla, or Hudson, or Houston, you are required to have a city business license. We, in addition, pay a fee to the borough to review our seasonal liquor license. So this is just another tax. I've been paying the tax for over 25 years. The borough does not enforce compliance. No one has ever come by to see that I have a license posted, which we do. And I don't see that our business receives any benefits from having the license. So it seems to me that it's a good idea to repeal this law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Johnson?
Madam Mayor, staff, and assembly members, my name is Ron Johnson. I'm a resident of Borough District 1. I'm here in support of the repeal of the Mat-Su Borough's business license. I read through the IM, and I also read through the Borough Code itself. And when I looked at the violations, it's got no teeth in it, so why have a guard dog if he can't bite you? And furthermore, you know, the Mat-Su has been over the last several years through COVID. The Mat-Su is open for business. Our business didn't close down, our churches did not close down, our schools did not close down. I think that furthermore shows that Mat-Su is a good place to live and to do business. I think that this just further is removing an obstacle to local business, and I firmly support that. The Mat-Su is growing, and there's a reason we're growing, because we're a well-managed borough. We're a well-managed school district, and I think this just goes further to making the Mat-Su a good place to work and to do business. So the revenue loss is minimal compared to the size of the borough's budget, and I just think it makes a good statement to the people of the state of Alaska. Come to the Mat-Su. We're open for business, as the mayor said many times. So I fully support repealing this the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone that didn't sign up that would like to address the assembly? Caleb, do we have anybody online? No, we do not. One last time, anyone? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And let's see, who do we have? McKee, Assemblyperson McKee.
You got to turn your mic on.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-038.
Okay, would you like to discuss it?
I do, and there's been a lot of discussion on it. And I'm surprised that we are still having folks saying, we want to ban books. I don't want to ban a book.
No. This is on the business
I
license.
beg your pardon. Well, let me talk about the books in a little bit.
This is on the business license.
I'm very passionate about both of these things, but however,
Okay.
the former more than now. Yeah, business, when you have a licensing process support that it isn't being enforced, it's like any kind of a rule. If you don't enforce it, people aren't going to do it. Why would you pay money when you don't have to? So why should Mr. Lackey and Mrs. Lackey have to pay and do all the things that they're supposed to do, and then John Doe over there is doing all, making the money and not having to pay the price? I just think that that's a superfluous thing, particularly when you put it against the state and other kinds of fees for the same kind of thing. And anything that you can do to encourage small businesses to save a little money and maybe get in the game, I'm all for that. And I'll talk to you about the books in a bit. Thank you kindly.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the IM says that, we're bringing in a little over $600 or $600,000 with this, after the cost to manage it, it's the 500 grand or whatever. And I just want to point out that is coincidentally the same amount that we were told it would cost to fund our CIP projects just the other week. And since my district came through with most of the CIP projects that were approved, I would like to see this money stay in the budget so I don't have to ask you guys for more money next month.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just looking up, I believe we have 10,000 plus business licenses, and it is a testament to the fact that there's no enforcement and people just do it. So that just kind of speaks to the civic mindedness of business owners in the valley, that they do it. And one of those, full disclosure, like it is kind of a pain in the rear end to do the state one and then the borough one, and then all the other things you have to do as a business owner. But I have some qualms about this. I share the concerns of Mr. Hale that even though it's a small amount of money, like the CIP list is like, that's, playing fields for kids. And All the rest of our money comes from property taxes. Like, we just have no diversification at all, practically, in this borough, except for cigarette tax and a few other things. So it just kind of takes, it's $500,000 that have to come out of property taxes if we're gonna use it. So I have a little concern there, but my bigger one is that this information from Borough Business License is valuable, in my opinion. Things that has or could be done with this is when we need to contact developers about putting the cluster mailboxes. Like, who has those? How do we know? How can we reach them? Like, this database right now is the only thing that has that contact info. Contacting snow clearing companies about the new rules about don't, push it across the street, like how to do it properly. The planning division used it to map the food network in the borough. That could be important for trying to grow our local agriculture if we're having discussions at the state or the feds about what is in the borough, like how do we know if we're not, like, we can tell them anecdotally, but if we don't have the data. And then lastly, in my personal experience, when we had COVID, we had CARES grants. And so we had grants that we decided to give to businesses. We had no way to contact them except through our business license database. Like, we had to tell them that, hey, there's grants that you could apply for at the borough. Like, you can't put that on Facebook. You can't say it enough on the radio to reach the businesses. We were actually able to email them directly, those that had provided the email addresses, and we had 700 plus businesses benefit from that. And so I hate to lose this information. So, it's hard for me to lose the income, but if it seems like the will of the body is to make it easier for businesses, I'd like to propose that we make the business license free, which people are already doing it with the $50. So I don't have a concern about the civic mindedness of businesses, and keep collecting that info and kind of go the opposite direction. Instead of like saying, well, we don't do anything with this information for businesses, let's look at, that gives us the ability to do something for businesses. So when there's opportunities out there, we can reach out to them. So I guess I'm making a motion to keep the business license program, but reduce the business license fee to 0.
Okay, so it's amendment. Deputy Mayor, do you have comments for the amendment, sir? Go ahead.
Yeah, on the amendment, so would that be an optional business license, or would that be a mandatory?
I would keep it as mandatory, but just not charge a fee. Because I think if you said optional, then people wouldn't do it. Potentially you'd lose folks. And
yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my concern is we don't have any staff here to chase people down as it is. There are a lot of people that are paying and are doing the right thing because it's a requirement right now, and they're doing that. But there's a lot of people that aren't as well, and we don't have the staff time to chase it down. So I think then we're looking at potentially at least tying up staff time to collect data that's already available through the state of Alaska. The state has a licensing requirement as it is, and so I mean, we could have the planning department come up here and speak to this if they'd like, but I can't imagine that there's any data out there that they'd be looking to get that they can't already get from the state of Alaska. So I don't think I could support the amendment. I would be afraid to tie up staff time for no good reason, but thanks.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, go ahead.
I would just say on tying up staff time, I mean, I think we would do the same enforcement we do now. I don't think we would do anything more. I did, and I don't know if Alex wants to come up and speak to it from the planning department. I am interested in whether the state would have that information, and we couldn't get an answer necessarily by tonight if they would share that information with us. It sounds like they, in some cases, don't have, like, you'll have a company that's statewide, so their physical location won't show you they're in the borough. But I would definitely be willing to entertain postponing this until we knew if the state would provide us that information. Like, I don't know if the state would share the emails with us. So I guess my question is, if planning staff could tell us whether they think they can get this same information, including the emails, from the state database.
I'm going to go ahead and recognize the assembly first for further discussion. Assemblyperson Benir.
So if you go to the state's website as a contractor, you want to take and verify a guy that comes out and is going to give you a bid. So you just go right on their website and actually look them up, see if they're current. It's all the information's there. Even licenses like a nursing license and that type of stuff, the state keeps track of that type of stuff. So the material's already there. We don't have to pay staff to gather any of it. It's there. And I can guarantee there's more there than we have ever had here.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. The staff answer the questions, please.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So first of all, we do work with finance staff when they go kind of chase people around to make sure that they have their business license, and if there's known businesses that are regularly not renewing their business license or paying it, they will pass a list on to us, and our code compliance officers do go enforce it. And then as far as the state business license information, I imagine that there's more information on the back end that they collect that we don't have access to. So I don't know what kind of information they intake in the business license process. I know that I don't think that phone numbers or email addresses are part of the public-facing part of it, but I don't know what they have in the back end.
Cheyenne is there.
Through the mayor to the Assembly Member Nowers, we get a list from the state and we compare our list with theirs, a digital list. So we get that information and the contact information when we're matching it up, so we can send out delinquent notices or reminder letters that they need to register. So that's part of what we do, is we're constantly comparing our business license list with the state of Alaska's list.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So you're able now, if we wanted to, we could ask the state to provide us a list, or you do this already,
do this
of
already.
Matsu businesses, and you get the contact info. Okay, well then I withdraw my motion, because we can get that information from the state, and that's what I wanted to have, so that we can reach out to businesses when needed.
Okay, now are you withdrawing your suggestion, or are you withdrawing the amendment?
I'm withdrawing the amendment to reduce it to 0, because we can get this information from the state.
Is there any objection to
Is there any objection to Assemblyperson Nowers withdrawing her amendment? Okay, alrighty, so we're back to general discussion. Yes, alternate Deputy Mayor Ron Yon, go ahead, sir.
I
That's
just
a
wanted to.
mouthful. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's-
have to come up with letters, you know how they come up with,
Yeah.
A, B, C, D, or I have to come up
I
with
just
something.
wanted to give a little history as to how we got here. When Miss Edna and I first started discussing this, we were actually thinking this had maybe been put in place to help set up an eventual sales tax.
Right.
And I don't think anybody in here would agree that the borough should go out and create another tax. So, let alone a sales tax. And the cities have already openly spoke out against the potential of the Matsu borough. So, and then I went and visited with our amazing attorney and found out that originally this was not set up for that. It was set up, and I didn't know this, but until I think 1980 or so, or sometime in the 80s, the Matsu borough used to collect taxes based on your personal belongings. So they would tax you on motorhomes, SUVs, you name it. And I had no idea that that used to exist. And I think you had to get to a certain level before they did. But so there's a lot of discretion on what a motorhome might be worth or this or that. So they decided they would get rid of that, and then an assembly member sponsored a way to make up some revenue. The mayor vetoed it. The veto was overrode. There's been discussion in the past of getting rid of this. I guess really what it came down to for me and for, I think, Miss Edna and Miss McKee, the other co-sponsors with me, is I really just couldn't find any value that we add, and it's information that the state already has. And so it seemed like a rather big burden, and I know the finance director let us know about what her costs are, but there is also code compliance time that goes into this. We're not talking a massive return on investment for all the staff time that's tied up, and I guess for me, that's really why it made sense to repeal it. The state already has the information, we're tying up a ton of staff time for this, and so, that's a little bit of history, but, and I just, on the record, I don't want to go back to charging taxes on motorhomes or SUVs or snow machines or anything else, so just thought I'd give a little history lesson there. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just hope you guys will all support me when I ask for money for the Austin Helmers Trailhead and improvements up at the GPRA and those kind of things next month.
I might be in favor of taxing some motorhomes. I know a few properties that got about 10 of them on there with blue tarps.
All the ones in the easements, right? And on the side of the roads.
So are we ready to vote? Is there any objection to approving ordinance 24-038? Hearing none, then ordinance 24-038 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24039, an ordinance establishing a Citizens Advisory Committee to review and make recommendations to the administration regarding challenged library materials. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
And we do have a,
I'm next going to give a staff report.
oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Again, Mayor, members of the Assembly, the staff report will be brief. I think this has gotten a lot of attention already and a lot of comment and emails and things, and I'm sure a lot of public comment yet to come. So this ordinance would create a Citizens Advisory Committee to review challenged books when a member of the public wants to challenge a book in our library collection. I only have two things to kind of point out to make sure that everybody's aware of, because again, it's laid out in the IM. I think the ordinance is self-explanatory. The two things are, one, this is an advisory body. The selection and removal of books is an administrative, rests squarely with administration. So this is an advisory body to advise the community development director. Second, there have been comments about the manner and method of selection for people to be on this committee. I just want to remind everybody that state law, specifically 292320, that's the Alaska statute, says that the governing body, that's you, may by ordinance, which is why this is an ordinance, create advisory, administrative, technical, or quasi-judicial boards or commissions. So when you create an advisory body, state law mandates you do it by ordinance. Second, members of boards and commissions, except for the Board of Adjustment and assembly members on the Board of Equalization, we don't do that here, however, are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the governing body. Again, that is a state statute. So when you create an official advisory board, the state law mandates, one, you do it by ordinance, and two, members are appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the assembly. This ordinance, in large part, was modeled off of the Road Service Task Force in terms of composition and meetings and selection. And again, I think it's self-explanatory. There's a lot there, but I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers, question?
Yes, through the mayor. So I know other communities have facing similar situations have created review boards like this, and then things have ended up in court. Do you, in any review you've done of court cases, have you seen any books where they have judged them to be obscene, legally obscene, in the court case?
In the court case, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions of staff? Okay, so we'll go. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that.
Yep, through the mayor, I guess this is for staff. So what happens to the current library committee and the review process that they're doing? Is this going to be a separate committee, and one's going to have one finding and the other one could have a different finding? And if they're different, then how is that resolved?
I'll allow the manager to answer. Go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
through the mayor to Mr. Gamble and the assembly. The current challenge to review materials policy is an administrative policy. I will get rid of it. If this ordinance passes, we're not going to have a mirroring administrative policy that looks like, something like an ordinance that the Assembly has passed. Now, the current Library Advisory Board as it stands is also in code, and they'll continue to do what they were already doing. What we did when we created the administrative policy for a challenged library materials review committee, and I want to be clear, that's been in place for many, many years. We pulled from librarians and from the Library Advisory Board because it already existed. What this ordinance would do would create a new group, and we would just step back the administrative policy, and the Library Advisory Board would continue on with the duties and responsibilities that they're currently assigned in code.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up. Mhm.
So if the Library Advisory Board and this new committee disagree on materials, then how is that going to be resolved?
Through the mayor to Mr. Gamble, the other Library Advisory Board won't be assigned any task for challenge material review. They already have an advisory board task given by the Assembly in code, which did not include challenge material review.
Okay, so all the challenge review material will just go to the Citizens Advisory Board?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff? Yes, Assemblyperson.
Can we have the manager tell what the advisory board currently does for the library?
Yep.
I'm going to punt down the dais.
Mr. Attorney, read the
I happen
code,
to
please.
have pulled up the code right here while the manager was referencing the library board. The library board's duties are to act in an advisory capacity to the manager and the assembly in the administration of the borough's non-area-wide library power, to initiate and recommend to the manager and assembly proposed ordinances and regulations pertaining to libraries, review the budget of the libraries and make recommendations to the manager regarding proposed budget to be submitted to the assembly, make investigations and reviews in the general field of libraries considered beneficial to providing library services within the borough at the request of the manager, the assembly, or its own initiative, receive and consider recommendations from individuals and groups with regards to libraries and evaluate and refer these to the manager and assembly, recommend to the manager and assembly needed programs and expenditures for promotion of library services in connection with federal, state, or local programs, and review and make recommendations to the manager and the assembly in regards to the long-range capital improvement program. So those are the duties of the Library Advisory Board that's in code at MSB 440.
Okay. Do you have follow-up questions, sir?
Yeah, it just sounds like they have their plate full with all that, let alone putting a bunch of books on their plate.
Go ahead, sir.
And through the mayor, just to be clear to the assembly so it's clear, we only ask for volunteers. I think it was 2 volunteers from the Library Advisory Board to serve on the Challenge Material Review Committee. So it wasn't the entire board fulfilling that role. We had just borrowed from the Library Advisory Board to help round out that review committee. And like I said, that's an administrative policy if this ordinance passes. We're going to have that administrative policy, and there won't be dueling reviews.
Okay. Any other question of staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and as you can imagine, we have sign-up sheets. So the first person that signed up is Christina P-U-L, there, okay, great, thank you.
Apparently need better glasses, sorry.
I know, I must too. Or we need to make the lines double, base, they have to write bigger. Sorry,
No
go
worries.
ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Christina Polkrabic. I'm a Matsu Borough resident, and I have a strong opposition to the Citizen Advisory Committee. I'm a homeschooling mom, and I use our public libraries. I homeschool for this very reason, for my son to have access to all information, books, etc. Who is this committee to decide what books my child has access to in the public library, or and who is this committee to decide for anyone what they can read? There should not be a committee about what books can be at a public library. If this is really a concern for children, it seems like it comes from a place of fear and control because they target books about race, racism, gender, and sexuality, many by Black and LGBTQ authors. A lot of people think that these books push some sort of agenda. You get to choose not to read them. You can but you can't take away someone else's choice to get to read them. Taking away that choice is pushing your agenda on others. So we're all up rights, but this committee would actively take away my rights, my kids, and rights of anyone's choice of reading material. And my concern is, what guidelines does the mayor have in choosing the two members of the citizen committee? How would this all work? How do you choose what book is a challenge? My beliefs may not be the same as yours, so does yours override mine? A public library is for the public. The public is made of many different people with different values, religions, and beliefs. It should not be up to a few people and their values to decide what to do for the whole. This is a violation of our First Amendment rights. Banning access to knowledge is fascism, and I really encourage anyone behind book bans to read more books. Thank you.
Thank you. Kendra McLean? This is the right one this time.
I'm very nervous too.
That's
So-
okay. We're glad that you're here.
Thank you. I'm speaking in opposition of the ordinance 24-039 with purposes of a new library committee. There's a number of issues, serious issues for this proposal. Problem number one, the MSB already has both a library board and a challenged materials review committee, and they work well to operate libraries in all of our surrounding towns. Members are existing committees are all subject to assembly confirmation. Problem number two, the new committee will be proposed of a chair, a vice chair, 5 citizens of the borough, 2 alternates. This is a problem, and all the members, alternates, and officers are appointed by the mayor, not elected by a committee, as the usual case. Problem number 3, language as who will serve on the committee is very vague. Ordinarily, each district should have a designated seat, with possible exception of Wasilla and Palmer, as their libraries are city-owned and operated. This ordinance does not include the provision for district representation, which is critical. Problem number 4, meetings are open to the public, but public testimony is not assured as stated in the ordinance. Problem number 5, the ordinance states that the committee shall review according to a scoring card provided by the committee development director. There is nothing in the code to say what will be on the scorecard. That is not appropriate and can be led to misuse of the committee. Given the assembly members generally told themselves to be conservative or hold themselves to be conservative, I ask that there is a proposed redundancy. We already have a library committee. The public can speak to the committee, air grievances, make recommendations. And this new committee established by the mayor, simply to go around the existing committee, that's what it seems like. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Jackie?
Don't start yet, I'm handicapped. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. I'm handing you out information because everything I have ever told you, I have information for and proof of. The American Library Association was founded almost a century and a half ago, and it was based on American values, and it had some wonderful things that were happening. They put out statements about freedom to read that made so much sense, and they codified people's rights to read and the First Amendment. But then something happened in the last century. Something like, I'll quote from Linda Gordon. She wrote Functions of the Family, Journal of Liberation in the fall of 1969.
The nuclear family must be destroyed, and people must find better ways of living together. Okay. Things started happening. It was a Marxist thing. And the American Library Association started changing. And there are several states that have figured this out. I handed you North Carolina's library letter to the American Library Association, stopping their membership. And what does it say? As a membership organization, it should be the goal of the ALA to represent the diversity of the membership and develop a deep understanding of issues facing libraries. ALA's hyper-focus on groups of people at the exclusion of others has been problematic. ALA has become a distractor from the core mission of serving all people and has failed to develop an understanding of the differences in geographic areas. Their statement that they're a nonpartisan, nonprofit membership organization that develops, promotes, and improves library and information for all does not ring true in the current climate. ALA's actions appear to be activism for certain groups of people and not advocacies for libraries and all the people they serve. And if you read their donations, you will find out that all of their donations go to Act Blue, and you will find out that they have several $1 million invested in lobbyists to talk to Democrats. Now, the next one is from Montana. Montana, in July, they also ended their association with the Library Association. And Wyoming wanted to, their Freedom Caucus said they applaud the Montana Library Association because no decent American should tolerate the promotion of sexually explicit material to children, and that is just what the president-elect of the ALA has dedicated her career to. Now, if you listen and read what happened last year at the ALA conference, you would know that they intended to get information into children's hands in conservative families by hiding the information within the covers of the books. What I have been doing is bringing you what that information is. It's obscene. There is an obscenity clause that no one seems to be addressing, and the First Amendment does not guarantee obscenity. It is not protected speech. And the reason why you cannot get this in any is because there are only 7 states where obscenity is illegal still, and there's a very big price to pay if you talk to librarians about their books, and I will tell you what it is if I had more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Dale?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. My name is Melinda Dale, and I've lived in Willow for 15 years. One of the things I love most about our borough is its libraries and librarians. As a former member of the Mat-Su Borough Library Board, I have had the opportunity to visit all the borough libraries and meet librarians. They are often the first borough employees people meet as they are visiting from out of state. Librarians in our valley are valued employees who deserve appreciation for their service. They are hired to use their education and expertise to serve patrons with many varied needs and to manage programs and library collections. I have heard recent testimony from some who wish to vilify librarians. I respectfully ask Mayor DeVries and the Assembly, how will you let borough librarians know their service is needed and valued? This is certainly a time to protect borough employees from those who wish to disparage them. Ordinance 24039 is an attempt to solve the problem of librarians being inundated with book challenges. It has some serious flaws. This proposed committee must include at least 2 librarians. They can explain how a book became part of a collection, how often it's been circulated, and what awards it has won. The fact that they were left out of the planning process and are not included in the committee unless Mayor DeVries decides to include them makes one think this committee is being formed to represent a special interest group and that it will not generate meaningful discussion or an unbiased evaluation of the challenged books. Some unanswered questions include, what is the application process to be a member of the committee? What criteria must an applicant meet? How does one initiate a book challenge? Why is there no requirement for committee members to read a book in its entirety? What will happen to challenged books once they are challenged? Will they stay in the libraries until a resolution is found? What is the plan for security to ensure that audience members, even knowing there's no opportunity for public testimony, will not interrupt the meetings, as has happened recently? This ordinance needs serious revision before it is adopted. To our borough and school district librarians, there are many, many of us in the valley who see you, who value you and appreciate you, who have been helped by you, who have learned from you, and who will stand up for you in the future. Thank you for all you do to make the Mat-Su a better place for all of us.
Thank you. That's okay. I'm going to spell the name because I don't want to butcher it. Berliamin?
V-E.
V-E? Is there somebody here? I'll spell the last name. B-A-L-I-T-S-K-I-Y. No? Okay, well, we'll come back. Susan Witten.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name's Susan Whiten. I've lived in Alaska since 1977, so you guys could do the math. I do not support, I'm up here to object to Ordinance 24039. I don't think the selection process is very democratic. There's no way I can be as articulate as the people in front of me. I'm not a very good public speaker. But I did want to show my lack of support for this ordinance. I don't think it's going to represent most of the people in the valley. It's going to be a select committee of people picked by one person, and it's not going to reflect the feelings of the rest of the people in the valley. So, thanks.
Thanks. Mike Coons.
Mayor Edna and Assembly, my name is Mike Coons from Palmer. I support the proposed ordinance 24039. Let me clear up what the opposition has tried and failed to do, that we hate librarians and libraries. First off, I try very hard not to hate people. I do strongly oppose actions by people that are harmful to the people and the children of this borough, state, and nation. Secondly, the librarians have a job to do that goes way beyond this one issue, reviewing and purchasing of books. My understanding is that this is done by one person in the library. That is the director of the library. Sadly, those librarians are and have been, in my opinion, bought and paid for by the left, the far left, specifically LGBTQ, thus the need for this ordinance. I, as all Alaskans, want libraries that are functional to the public, have a wide array of books that range for beginner readers from adults on a wide range of topics. I personally oppose the borough purchasing books that are adult in nature, sexual content, such as in these books with the public's money. If an adult wishes to read these type of books, they are free to purchase since they are readily available. If these books are still allowed to be purchased, then there must be an adult section only. The issue of purchasing and having in the adult section is, per testimony by the director of the Wasilla Library and other librarians, is that there's no means to card a person. It may not be something that can be done in this ordinance, but according to testimony, the parents signed the authority for their child to check out books. If that child is less than 16, the card could be read. Thus, no adult checkout. If a parent wishes to check out these books and then show them to their child, that is between them and the law. I do have 3 comments, concerns, changes in this ordinance. The 5th, whereas, I fully concur. Section 4, paragraph 2. This is precisely the problem we have today. Yes, we can submit written comments, but will there be time to do so prior to a meeting and knowing what the issues are? If the agenda is made public and during that time no new evidence as to a particular book being reviewed arises, the public will not be able to inform the committee, much less let them know their view to the committee as to the content and if opposed or support. Bottom line is we the people will feel left out of the process. Section 7, library materials decisions. Again, all power is invested in one person, and frankly, with the history of this community development director, I see no change in his actions, other than, in my opinion, he listens to and is in the pocket of the radical librarians who have caused this problem. Also, in answer to the last lady, the committee could still has the ability to call on the librarians and ask about why and how they reviewed these books. Thank you.
Ron Johnson?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, and staff, my name is Ron Johnson. Again, I'm resident of Borough District 1. I'm here to stand fully in support of Ordinance 24039. I see we've patterned this after the Mat-Su School District's Book Review Committee, Citizens Review Committee. I think this is very appropriate. Nowhere do I see in this, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. Same thing we did with the school board's Citizens Advisory Committee. It was, oh my gosh, we're banning books. Nowhere in this ordinance do I see that we're banning books. We all know that that violates the First Amendment. I think what we're trying to do with this is apply community standards. And I've said before, I'm very proud of the Mat-Su Borough. We're well run. We have a good community. And our standards out here are different than the rest of the state. And I think it's only appropriate to our libraries and the material that's in those libraries. And it's not the materials that are in the library, it's who has access to them without parental consent. I think it's very appropriate to apply community standards to the books that are in our library and who those will be made available to. I'm extremely happy with what our school district has done with their Citizens Advisory Committee, and I think this is an extension of applying Mat-Su conservative social standards to our public libraries. I do have a couple of reservations about this, Madam Mayor. I would like to see it, it says that the mayor will endeavor to appoint from the 7 districts. We have a very large borough. I don't need to tell you that. We keep saying we're the size of West Virginia. And there's a lot of differences between my community in the Butte and the community in the Big Lake. So I would urge you to maybe make an amendment to this to see that we do have representation from all 7 districts. Most of our boards, commissions are representative of the 7 districts, and I think that's a fair and equitable distribution of voices on the committee. So I would urge amendment there. I also have some concerns that my friend Mike Coons mentioned this on, I think, Section 7, that it really doesn't put any teeth in the committee, and it still lets one person make that decision. I don't know how we tighten that up a little bit, but I'd like to see a little more teeth in this ordinance. But I fully support this, and I think we do need to apply community standards to what is available in our library, so thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Chad?
Shabbat?
Jordan Shabak? Yeah. Oh, hi, I didn't see you. Sorry.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Thank you to Mayor DeVries and the Assembly for letting me speak, and to everyone who came out tonight to share their thoughts. It's really great to hear everyone's opinions, and everyone's really thought about this a lot. I am Jordan Shabbat. I live out Wasilla Fishhook, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I am speaking in opposition to OR 24039. I generally am against censorship and book bans. I understand, though, that people need to be able to voice their complaints, and when they have concerns, bring them before somebody who can do something about that. However, this policy appears to be an attempt to ease frustrations and update the review process by emulating the current school board, Library Citizens Advisory Committee, which, through no lack of diligent effort from them, has already shown to be slow, controversial, and the source of multiple frustrations for the community itself. The current policy, which is suspended, I did read through, and it was pretty detailed. It looks like people put a lot of thought into it in making sure that there was representation from communities and from librarians and from people who were experienced with the books. And it looks like it was due to be it's updated every 5 years. So I think that an update is just fine. But I wanted to read this one quote from that policy. The Alaskan ideal of independence is embodied in each of these communities, and therefore each facility maintains a unique identity. And I think that the representation of that statement is what is missing from this new ordinance. If the process is going to be updated, it should be updated to something more thorough, thoughtful, and fair, and should maintain its individual community process. Right now, this starts in a community, and it's raised up if there's not a resolution within the community first. It shouldn't be a small handful of people making a sweeping recommendation for the entire borough. Focus should be on the needs of individual communities, which the patrons, parents, and librarians of those communities know the best. We have very intelligent, educated, and caring neighbors in each of these communities, and we should trust them to make their own decisions. More trust, respect, and love for our neighbors would do our community a lot of good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Robinson?
Good evening, Mayor DeVries, Assembly members, Borough Manager, staff, and all that came out this evening. I am speaking against Ordinance Serial 24-039 for many different reasons, but primarily a library provides free and equal access to information for everyone. The library is for all of us. Whether you want to check out a book on macrame because you want to learn how to cleat your line off on your sailboat, or you want to make macrame with your grandkids, or you want to practice shibari, which is tying knots for bondage. It's your business what book you take out of the library and why you're reading. It is no one else's business. It's as simple as that. The next school board Library Citizen Advisory Committee is Thursday, April 11th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Mat-Su Borough School District Administration Building on Gulkana Street. I highly recommend everyone attend or at the least listen to Radio Free Palmer coverage. You will see that at least 2 Mat-Su Borough School Board members, Cruz and McCollum, attend most meetings. I'm unclear as to whether they are attending as individuals, which if they are, great, or are they attending as Mat-Su Borough School Board members? So that might be something for the Assembly to bear in mind, that if you want to replicate the School Board LCAC, that you might have to give up some time to attend the LCAC for the borough. I was going to go so many different places with this, but as I was reading this over, and Section 7 of the ordinance, Library Materials Decisions, Community Development Director, the poor bastard. From what I understand, January 18th, an Assembly member verbally berated a borough employee, threatened them with their job. Is this really what you want? And then you're just duplicating already existing, but shall retain all final decision-making authority for the challenged library materials. You're wasting time, you're wasting resources. And then it says in one instance that the mayor is going to pick everyone, and frankly, prejudicial bias, viewpoint discrimination, we all know, or I know, I should say, who she's going to pick. But the IM 24-072 that accompanies Serial 24-039 says that incorporating citizens in the review process, develop a mechanism whereby individuals who have been nominated and confirmed by elected members of the Assembly. So which is it? Is the mayor going to appoint everyone, or is the Assembly going to appoint? So this is just a waste of time and resources, and I am against it.
Okay. Mary, would you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. That's right. You don't know me as well as you know some of your cadre of book challengers. Mary Robinson, Mat-Su Borough resident, and I represent myself.
No, it's really for the record. When people listen, it's for the clerk, and it is not for me. Karen Lewis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly and Mr. Manager and Mr. Attorney. I gave you enough for the manager and the attorney also. The U.S. Supreme Court established the test that judges and juries use to determine whether matter, quote unquote, is obscene in 3 major cases: Miller v. California, Smith v. United States, and Pope v. Illinois. The 3-pronged Miller test is as follows: whether the average person applying contemporary adult community standards, finds that the matter, taken as a whole, appeals to prurient interest, and their examples are an erotic, lascivious, abnormal, unhealthy, degrading, shameful, or morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. 2, whether the average person applying contemporary adult community standards finds that the matter depicts or describes sexual conduct in a patently offensive way. The examples are ultimate sexual acts, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, masturbation, excretory functions, lewd exhibition of genitals, or sadomasochistic sexual abuse. And 3, whether a reasonable person finds that the matter, taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The matter addressed is the sexual part of the book. I think that they're trying to include the whole book, but it is, according to, I'll get to it, the original person who wrote about it. It's one of our Supreme Court justices. All of the obscene book challenges that I've seen or been involved with try to defend the book by saying there are beneficial passages within the book. According to the research that I've done, the justices were not speaking about the rest of the book outside of the sexual parts. They were addressing the sexual parts to determine if they were obscene. Justice Brennan, who was a U.S. Supreme Court justice, wrote his opinion pertaining to what defines obscene material. He stated, sex and obscenity are not synonymous. True. Obscene material is material that he goes on to say, obscene material is material that deals with sex in a manner appealing to prurient interest. The portrayal of sex, an example, in art, literature, scientific works, is not itself sufficient reason to deny material or constitutional protection of freedom of speech and press. It is therefore vital that the standards for judging obscenity safeguard the protection of freedom of speech and press for the material that does not treat sex in a manner appealing to prurient interest. I got finished at home.
Okay.
Oh, Lordy, you don't want to ask me, do you?
No. Karen Mannix.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and considering our public testimony. I am speaking in opposition to this ordinance, and I'm going to tell you a story. My mother was a high school librarian. She was a political and religious conservative, but she was also an avid reader, and as such, refused to take books out of circulation. She respected parental rights of screening books for children, but her respect for a person's choice of what to read was of utmost importance. She never allowed personal bias to get in the way of her core belief that books should not be banned from libraries. She felt, as I do, that in a democracy, people have the constitutional right to read any books in print, and that public libraries are obligated to offer books to a broad reading public for free. Public libraries are fully funded by taxpayers who are as diverse in their ideologies and interests, and this informs their reading choices. Diverse choices of reading material should be represented in the book collections at public libraries. Even if you don't, or I don't, like or agree with the content of certain books, they still deserve representation. I can choose, just like you, to read a library book or not. But more importantly, a broad spectrum of books representing a diversity of ideas should be the requirement of all public libraries. And that is the nature of civil liberties, the rights of the individual to access reading material in a free public library. The Mat-Su Borough already has a knowledgeable and unbiased challenge materials committee which reviews controversial books. We are here tonight only because a few people did not get their way. They were furious and rude when a book they challenged was deemed worthy of staying on public library shelves. So they drafted an ordinance which is designed to take books out of circulation because they disagree with them. They want to decide what is right and wrong to read, yet they don't represent the public. This, I feel, is blatant censorship, highly biased, likely illegal, and hardly democratic. If passed, it will most likely invite lawsuits. Rather than exercising their personal choice of what to read, this group would rather control what I read and what you read. They want to control our book choices by making books unavailable in public libraries. I urge you to reject this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Karen Mannix. Mhm. Kathy Ernest?
First of all, thank you very much for the many, many hours you guys spend listening to all of us, asking you to represent us. I am a resident of Trapper Creek. I'm a taxpayer. I am a mother, and I'm a lifelong Christian. I, in my life, have always been guided by the values of love and compassion and led my children in the same direction. We did that not by telling them what they should not read, but by having good discussions with them and helping and listening to what they had to say, which is what every parent should be doing. I totally get being afraid as a parent for what's going to happen to your kids. And I think a lot of fear has been involved in the drafting of this ordinance that I'm opposing. I think we have to help parents have good conversations about hard topics. I have a book here that has a lot of hard topics too. It's got discussions of sex. It's got discussions of rape as a war weapon. It's got discussions of rape of a 3-year-old specifically in here and condones it. This book is full of description of sex. Don't get me started on the Book of Solomon. I'm talking about the Bible. It's got stuff in here that you could pull out little things and then make an argument that no one should read it. I live in Trapper Creek, not Wasilla Palmer. The Wasilla, Willow, and Sutton, and a few other libraries are part of the borough regulations, not Palmer and Wasilla, where I think many of the people who are pushing this come from. So I think if people don't want children to read certain books, they need to be involved in their children's lives, and we need to propose that. Rewarded behavior becomes disruptive behavior. As a teacher for over 30 years, I saw that. If you reward disruptive behavior to get your way, you're going to see it happening to you guys again and again, if you haven't already. So thank you.
Kathy, would you state your name for the record, please? Yeah.
Yes, I'm Kathy Ernst.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that's Philadelphia left? Okay.
Hello, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kim Adelia Leff. I'm a longtime Alaskan since early 1982, a borough taxpayer, and I currently live in Talkeetna. And so, and I'm so grateful to be here tonight and to be able to listen to everyone. I have been thinking about this for a long time. So many questions and concerns running through my head, and Karen told a story, and I had a couple of stories, and while I was sitting here tonight, I thought of another story. And so I, in my work as a clinical social worker, I've spent decades supporting families who are experiencing challenging times. And one of the things that I've tried to do, and I'm certainly not alone is to help people have difficult conversations. And so with very young children, for instance, one of the best things that we can do is take a book that discusses feelings and help a parent or a caregiver read that with their child and process feelings. And so I just think that that would be something that would also be applicable for parents and caregivers with older children. And when I watched the January meeting, what I felt I was watching, and I don't know for sure, but one of the things I do too is to try so hard to imagine, if I don't understand what the another perspective is, to try to imagine what that might be. And what I felt was fear and a lot of frustration and a lot of anger. And I wish for people to be able to talk with one another in a different way. And I think that that is very possible because I've seen it happen. And so I'm also speaking as a parent of two beautiful daughters, a single parent who was also very afraid. And the way that I responded to that was to talk to them as they continued to grow and develop, and tell them when I was afraid myself of what we were talking about. And I have found that to be so helpful. And I guess I would love to see an opportunity or an environment where there could be some more discussion and some more time where we could understand one another, instead of being so afraid and so upset with one another that we can't really listen, because when emotions go that high, then I feel like our thinking brain is like out the window. So, thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Bertels?
Hi, my name is Nancy Bertels, and I'm here to voice my opposition to Ordinance 24-039. Currently, the library has a 9-member library board. Up until recently, this board had a hard time maintaining a quorum at most meetings. Once book challenges began, the mayor, in an effort to ensure a diversity of opinions, appointed 3 more members to this board to fill the empty seats. This board is tasked with providing 2 members to serve on the Challenge Materials Review Committee. The creation of another 9-member Library Advisory Committee only creates redundancy, confusion, and an expense the borough should not assume. While I do not object to a review of the current Challenge Materials policy, it's a task that the current library board should take on with the assistance of borough staff, the borough attorney, and with input from the public. You, the Assembly, approved these members of the public to serve on the library board. The creation of a new board will only create more division and animosity toward the current library board and confusion about what their purpose is. Additionally, allowing the mayor to appoint the chairperson and vice chair of this new group is a task any committee should assume itself once that committee has formed. Throughout this controversy, library staff has remained focused on providing services to their communities. The 5 borough librarians were hired through a professional process, usually with their community's input. The communities have had trust in them to provide services and materials for their communities. For the past 51 years, since 1973, borough librarians have been doing exactly that with little or no complaint. When a librarian does not understand the attitudes and opinions of their community, they usually don't last in that community very long. It's my hope that you will vote against this ordinance and work with the current library board to help produce a new challenged materials policy which is effective and meets the public's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Smith?
Good evening. I'm Doug Smith from Talkeetna, Alaska. I'm a longtime borough resident. I was Sarah Palin's biology teacher. Goes back a ways. In any case, thank you for representing us in the hard work of representing a huge and diverse borough. I'm sure you're all looking forward to this evening to listen to everyone's public testimony. I think most of us in this group here tonight do agree on an awful lot of things. Appreciate your time and efforts. We do not approve of pornography. We don't want the Mat-Su Borough wasting our tax dollars or their time. And we love to have our voices here. Here we are. And I'm opposed to this new proposed ordinance because I don't see where it really solves any of our problems. It seems like taking an existing board with a little bit of expertise and maybe public input and replacing that with a board that you, Ms. DeFries, have to appoint and the borough then approves, just makes the whole process look a little less democratic. It might make some of us wonder, what's the expertise of the people on this board and so on. The board is still advisory, so they don't really have any real power. I've been on the community council in Talkeetna for years, and there's nothing like being in the crosshairs, making a decision, and then being advisory, and the borough says, we don't like that decision, forget about it. It's frustrating. And so, and also, you're not allowing public testimony at these meetings. You have to get your written testimony. So it doesn't solve the frustration of people that want to speak. So I'm not sure what problems it really solves. That poor community development director has the ultimate decision. I feel sorry for her. And ultimately, if her decisions are unpopular, we can go and deal with the borough lawyer, and that's just taking more borough time and borough money. So I'm not sure this proposal solves a problem for all of us. It might be better to sit back and think about perhaps a new approach to dealing with challenge books, because challenge books are going to be part of what we're dealing with here. It's not easy to figure out what, one person's smut is another person's art. I don't like violence, and so I don't watch violent movies. It's pretty easy. If you don't like a book, don't like a movie, don't watch it, don't read it. We all share a concern for our kids in these modern days. My two daughters, oh my gosh, and the social media, the internet, everything's out there. It's far scarier than a book, I think. And I think Kim Leff mentioned, what we need to do is make sure we at home are supervising and have open communication and with our kids about what they're reading, what they're watching, what they're listening to, and make sure they have a value system that can take on the challenges they're going to face. Thank you so much.
Travis?
Hello, my name is Travis Rees, and I live in Palmer. I support this. I've been hearing a lot of people believing that we're gonna ban books, have a book burning and stuff like that. I don't believe that. What I do feel is that there should be standards, and plus obscenity, whether it's pornography, whatever. It's not protected in the First Amendment. So, and another thing is, if these, and I need to be blunt here about the children children general. We're smarter than children, and they're I'm sorry to say this, but they're kind of stupid, and they're very impressionable, and whatever they see, they'll go on a trip with it, whether it be, whatever's in the library and stuff like that. And also, if they were to check out these books, I believe it should be the responsibility of the librarians to keep an eye out on what these kids are checking out. So I believe there should be standards of what should go into the library. Certain books is not protected on the First Amendment, and and it should, and the books that they're talking about, you know, that are people who are support this amendment. I'm not a good speaker, by the way. They've come with good arguments relating to what should be considered obscene and not obscene, and these books that they're talking about have no educational value to them, and I do agree. If you don't like certain stuff, you know, you could stay away from them. But if you're like a teenager or a child or something like that, that's a little more difficult. They don't have willpower that adults have, and I'm sorry to say this, you know, but kids are kind of stupid, and you know they like to eat stuff under the table and stuff like that without knowing the consequences. So it's kind of the same thing, and there should also be some there's also be some accountability on the parents' part for what they read, and also with the librarians keeping an eye on what the kids are checking out these days. So that's my 50. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Ruth Wood.
Ruth Wood. So I've kind of changed my testimony as I listened, but one of the things Mr. Spariopoulos said was that the current Library Advisory Committee recommends ordinances, but I didn't see anything that mentioned that they recommended this ordinance. So I'm just curious why this hasn't gone to the Library Advisory Committee. The Challenge Book Committee, the Assembly, have a lot of power. You could have directed the manager to take that committee and alter it, make changes to it, etc. You have a Library Advisory Committee. The code's like 2 pages long. You could have assigned challenge books to that Library Advisory Committee. It's not overworked. But, so I'm really upset that you don't even have the current advisory committee involved in the process. And you're starting a whole new committee that you don't need. And different from other advisory committees, they don't get to elect their own chair and vice chair. The mayor gets to appoint it. Now, I understand that all advisory committees are members are appointed by the mayor, but there's usually an application. Usually the district that the person is representing has a say, and the mayor then makes the appointment. So this isn't clear of how that happens. When I read what you say, it states that this committee, they're going to be appointed for their expertise and knowledge of the community. And that exactly describes what's the existing library board. It's comprised of representatives recommended by the community where each library is located, plus 1 each from Palmer and Wasilla. And it's filled, like I said, by application and then appointment. Unbelievably, this ordinance doesn't address to the problem that led to the appalling disruption of the challenge book hearing in January, which I watched on video. And it's unbelievably horrible. So I understand you want to address it, but public comment can make meetings long and tedious, but people need a venue to express their opinion. And this ordinance specifically says no public testimony will be allowed. So you're going to have the same problem over and over. One of the things one of the problems is, I understand that borough advisory committees need to represent the whole borough, but the borough libraries are in Sutton, Big Lake, Willow, Talkeetna, and Trapper Creek. Wasilla and Palmer have their own libraries. The people supporting these ordinance tonight have said they live in either Wasilla or Palmer. So why aren't they working on their libraries rather than borough libraries? Our librarian, they are focused. Oh, shoot. Anyway, I'm a taxpayer. I want my taxpayers used to purchase a wide variety of books for our libraries. I kill this ordinance, not freedom. And
Can
I
you
applaud
wrap
and
it up,
thank the
please?
Current Challenge Book Committee
Wrap
for
it up,
tolerating the
please.
abuse and accusations thrown
Ma'am,
at them by a
wrap
very
it
small
up.
and ugly faction of the community.
Ma'am, wrap it up. Okay. Cece? Cece Schoenberg?
I'm Cece Schoenberger from Talkeetna. I have a lot to say on this, but I only have 3 minutes. So as everybody who knows me, I can speak and speak and speak forever, but I will keep it very brief to say I'm very opposed to this for many of the reasons, for all of the reasons that people have talked about here. One of the primary reasons that I am opposed is that I believe that this is a democracy. We all have a right to our own opinions, and that we should exercise that right. So people have a great right to get up here and talk to you about how they feel about this proposed ordinance. They also have a right to say why they don't think a book should be in the library, but I don't believe that a group of people should have the ability to take a book out of the library by voting that it should be removed, if that is something that I would like to do, would like to read. I grew up in libraries. I spent a lot of time. If I brought a book home, my parents always asked me, what are you reading now? I would share with them, what am I reading? If they had any concerns, which they never really did, but if they did, they would have said, let's read it together, let's talk about it. That is what we should be doing as parents. That is my right as a parent, to share my thoughts and feelings and work with my children. Like him, I am a retired, she is not retired, I am a retired licensed clinical social worker. I have never treated somebody who has been traumatized by reading books. They may have read books, but that was not their trauma. They wanted to know what books could be used to help them sort through the many feelings that they had. And we would talk either as adult to adult, or myself as a therapist with a parent, to work with how to talk to the child, and often with the use of books. So I think it's important to look at, as one of the important points that people have made, is the community standards. What are those community standards? You know, does the Butte, does Sutton, does everybody else have the same community standards as Talkeetna? Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't really know. But I do think it's very, very important for people in my community to be represented. We have a wonderful library. I spend a fantastic, a very large amount of time there doing many different things. Used to exercise there. So thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Trump.
Hello, I'm Kathy Trump, and I live in Talkeetna. My purpose in speaking tonight is to support our libraries and our librarians, and to speak against forming a new Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by the mayor. My first question is, what problem are you trying to solve with this committee? I watched 2 videos, the January 18th meeting of the Challenge Review Committee. It seems a small group of people had a problem with the decision of the committee, including an assembly member. Is this why we are creating an entirely new committee, even though we have a Challenge Book Committee, Materials Review Committee, as well as a library board? I have disliked many decisions by the Assembly in various committees, but I have never personally attacked committee members at a public meeting. The new mayor-appointed committee will reward bad behavior by a small group of community members. Next, I watched the video of the March 19th regular assembly meeting, specifically the audience participation portion. A community member stated that the Challenge Book Committee was slanted and biased. The Palmer Attorney's report was slanted and biased. A library board member's information was slanted and biased. So we need a whole new committee because a person perceives things as slanted and biased. So again, I ask, why are we creating a whole new mayor-appointed committee? Next, a community member stated she wants regular citizens to help with this book issue. I don't agree. Our librarians are experts in the needs of our community. Our librarian, Talkeetna, is the heart of the community and fulfills many functions. I was dismayed to see librarians attacked. Finally, the lawsuit filed against the Mat-Su School District for removing 56 books from libraries and classrooms went before the federal court in Anchorage yesterday. It'll be a couple weeks until we know the ruling by the judge. But in the meantime, a federal judge in Florida ruled books that are properly challenged can be removed from libraries. With this new committee, will it constitute a proper challenge book committee? Because the district already has one in place. If the borough takes this step, I fear it will be sued. Libraries are for everyone. Every library patron has recourse to books they deem objectionable through the Challenge Book Committee. Furthermore, if you do not like a book, don't read it. It is that simple, but please do not stop me or other patrons from reading books because you don't like them. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Father Randy?
My name is Father Randy Hillman. I'm speaking for my congregation, which encompasses majority of Mat-Su, but not the churches outside of Mat-Su. We've had this, my congregation has discussion on this several times. Excuse me. Mayor Edna and other assembly members. My congregation is not for this particular ordinance as written. They have a lot of reservations in regards to one, there is no, we understand, the congregation understands that there needs to be a court ordinance for the borough because it's separate from the school. That being said, there's nothing in this ordinance that addresses underage individuals because the church as a whole is not, I repeat that, it's not against banning books. Not for that. We want books to be there in all borough libraries that boroughs has control over, but age appropriate. Now, I, as a chaplain working for the VA hospital, I have, with a appointed advocate for a child, using books and also anatomically correct dolls to work with sexually abused children. But we also got to make sure that the adult may check out a book that they think is appropriate for them to have an adult-child conversation about different topics. That's the reason why the congregation said we need to write into this ordinance something that they have a code or basically a different color ID card for a child to check out a book and know, and nothing can be checked out that's not age appropriate. That's one thing. Second thing is the congregation felt very much in favor of the last that we currently have in regards to a book challenging group, in which that each assembly member can have a person represented on that particular board. And that wasn't really said in this ordinance. If we can change the ordinance, that we do so. Thank you for letting me and my congregation speak. Have a blessed day.
Marion Charles?
Mayor DeVries, Manager Brown, Borough staff, and Borough Assembly members. My name is Marion Charles, and I live in Willow. I'm a strong supporter of libraries and librarians. I am against the proposed formation of a Citizens Advisory Committee to deal with challenged books that does not ensure a balance of perspectives and does not give librarians a voice at the table. So much of our time has been spent with challenging books, testifying at meetings, and listening to testimony. Many youth in Alaska face so many challenges. Surely some of this time and passion could be spent addressing food insecurity, homelessness, and mental health. I'd like to highlight one program at the Willow Library designed to encourage positive mental health of youth. This fall, parents of Willow Elementary School students were invited to enroll their youth in a mentoring program. The goal of the program is to encourage intergenerational relationships and to foster a love of books and libraries. 15 adults in the community were vetted by the borough process to become library volunteers. Students come to the library every Wednesday after school for an hour and a half and participate in a variety of activities, including reading, writing, games, science experiments, and crafts. It is a joy to see the interactions and friendships that have developed. Adult and youth work in a one-to-one situation, and the youth seem to thrive on that undivided attention. Our borough libraries are wonderful places where capable librarians are welcoming and providing needed services for many residents. I ask you not to pass Ordinance 24-039 as it does not provide for a balance of perspectives, a place for librarians at the table, or any comprehensive details of the process to challenge a book in the borough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jason Perry?
Good evening. My name is Jason Perry. I am sort of new to Alaska, but not. I've been coming for about 20 years, about 2 or 3 times a year, and my family chose to leave, and I thank you for what you're doing. I was in y'all's seat for more than 12 years as the mayor pro tem of 4th largest city of a large state in the lower 48. And you're going to make a lot of people happy tonight, and you're going to make a lot of people upset tonight, and that's just part of what you've chosen to do, and I don't take it lightly in thanking you. We're to pray for our leaders, and it's much appreciated regardless of what you choose. If no one else tells you, thank you. And I sleep well at night knowing from what I've just learned from this assembly and our mayor that we're in good hands, so we appreciate what you do. In my experience of serving my community for over 12 years in my state for a time as well, I learned that local places like this assembly, I believe that your main job is the health, safety, and welfare of this community. Health, safety, and welfare. And when we get outside of those areas, I think that we are squandering and getting in areas that we shouldn't be getting into. But I've heard talks today about how we have a free and accessible library, how we have a free library and accessible to all. We have free streets that are accessible to all. I don't pay, if I don't own property, I don't pay to drive down the streets here, but y'all have chosen to put stop signs on our streets. You've chosen to put, we were in a community not too long ago and I was going, doesn't matter how fast I was going, but y'all put some speed bumps on some areas, and my car felt them, and I learned to slow down. You put those there because you love our children, and you love our community, and you want what's best for them. I understand the concerns these folks have, and I understand we've got books for macrame. I understand we have books on history, but I hope we don't have one in our library that teaches our children how to make meth. I hope we don't have one. And I don't think we have one because it's not in the best health or safety or welfare of our children. Now, if a man and his wife decides to teach their children how to make meth, the state will deal with that. I'm not here to bring consequences on anyone who does not believe the way I believe, but I want my children to be able to go to this library and for me to be able to know that they're going to go in there and that they're going to come out and I'm not going to have to reparent, that I will have the opportunity to have that focus. I want to trust my local library. I'm not trying to hold back on anything that anyone desires. The Bible has been mentioned, and I'll just say this and I'll be quiet. The Bible does say a lot of things about some of the things that was said tonight, but the one thing the Bible says differently is the Bible says there are consequences for those things. And I'm praying for you, and I hope you make a great decision tonight, regardless of what you make. God bless.
Thank you. Okay, so that is all the people that we have signed up. So I'll open it now to anyone that hasn't had a chance to testify that would like to address the assembly. Yes, Mark, come.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. That handout the page is marked there where the article's in, and anybody in here that wants that, it's a people's paper. I see there's more in the lobby. They can read it, but this kind of references what's going on. There's a lady that wrote an article from my house, and it says the #1 addiction worldwide in the youth is pornography. It's an addiction. We should not be spending any taxpayer money on harming youth and somehow grooming them or whatever it does to get a person addicted to this. We all pay taxes in this borough. That's not a good item to spend our tax dollars on. How could anybody promote pornography to youth? Because that's what you're doing if that's getting their hands. We can't control something that taxpayers aren't paying for, and I'm not asking to control that. But taxpayers have such a big burden on them, and all the things that you guys are doing on all the areas, don't spend taxpayer money promoting this. It's common sense. Life is not that difficult. And this ordinance, maybe it'll help. We'll have to give it a try and see. And the people that sit on the review committee should not be employees. You don't bring a bunch of fox in to tell them, hey, I want you to guard the hen house. How does that work? Employees should be kept out of it. It should be citizens from the borough that decide this. You know, you don't bring in bank robbers to guard the bank. Just don't put the burden on the people working for you. Let citizens look this over and figure it out. Common sense goes a long way in life, but please don't use taxpayer money to indoctrinate children. I mean, everybody in this room's probably got children or grandchildren. I've got the pleasure of both, and I've had recently over Easter got to be with 3 of my grandkids. And man, sit down on the chair and all pile on and read them a book. They're innocent. Let's keep that innocence in them and not use taxpayer money to harm them in any way. Look at all the problems in society, and then you see what a place like my house is telling people. They're dealing with this stuff every day. So please stop using taxpayer money to harm our children. Thank you for your time.
Mark, I don't know that you stated your name. Would you do that?
Mark Spohn, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address? Yeah. Go ahead, whichever one. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kim Swanson, and I have since September of 23 sat on the Library Committee, Citizens Action Committee for the school board. I will say that I don't feel that any one of us on this committee are run by fear. We've had very good discourse. We've had differences of opinion, but we really have very good discourse. Some of the books that we've been required to read in their entirety have been very hard to read and very disturbing. And I'm a mother of 7. I have 50 grandchildren. I wouldn't leave any of the books that we've had discussions about on the table for my kids or my grandkids to read. Some of these books are picture books, basically. You know, they're graphic novels. And I've been married 42 years tomorrow. And some of the graphic novels are difficult for me to even look at or read. Different communities have different values. If we were in LA, San Francisco, New York, maybe we'd make a different decision for our community. But our situation is that we're making our decision for our community, our Mat-Su borough. And we talk about kids and addictions. I represent District 3 on this committee, and I don't take it lightly, and I don't make a decision on my own. I go around to different people and I say, this is the book we're having to read. What is your opinion on it? So that I can take it back to that committee. Because I don't want to be a voice of one. I want to represent the people in that large district that I'm appointed to. Again, it's not about fear. I do ask people to come to that April 11th meeting. We really very rarely have anybody at those meetings. There is no public comment, that is true. But I think all of us on that committee have really struggled to make decisions. We're making decisions on a state ordinance basically for under 16. So you say, okay, am I gonna take this graphic novel on masturbation and rape and incest, and or am I gonna put that in a situation where a 10-year-old can read it in the school? You know, it's not a good idea. So if a parent wants to order online on Amazon one of these books that's a graphic novel and let their teenage boy at it, you know, that makes me sorry for that child. Because honestly, what does that produce as a citizen for our community? I have, like I said, 7 children. They are, you know, 2 of them are nurses in this community, and one's an engineer, and 2 of them are pilots for the Air National Guard of the state. They do search and rescue. And for me as a parent, I want to make sure, and a grandparent, that we're teaching our kids to read. We have the worst reading ability in the whole country, basically. You know, we rank 49th. Let's read something that actually can put value into our kids. Reading about all of these other things is very, very disturbing. So there is a meeting on April 11th. Feel free to come. Like I said, there's no public comment, but I think if the audience did come, they would see the discourse that we have. They would see that we're not yelling at each other. We're coming up with different opinions, maybe. We make a vote, but we are working through that as a committee in a civil way with each other. And to me, it's exciting to see the community process work in that. Again, we do bring expertise to the table. I bring expertise to the table. I'm not a librarian, but I taught school for 20 years. I bring expertise to the table. So each one of us brings something different. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly and staff. I'm Mary Ravetta, and I'm for the ordinance 24-039. I'd also like to, in section 7, I'd like to propose to amend the advisory committee results to a community manager, to borough manager, to assembly for final determination. So have others involved in it. That January 18th meeting did show that the books weren't getting the right exposure and decisions. And so there was a need for something else to be done, and I believe that we are trying to come up with a better way
because they aren't being done by the librarians. The librarians, I have been in the meetings, and they aren't budging whatsoever to even consider anything different than what they already came in wanting to do. This is an issue of addiction. I have a psychology master's degree. I've had clients, and I've worked extensively with the sexual addiction area. And there's a book, Out of the Shadows, by Dr. Patrick Carnes. And level 1 sexual addiction, and this is sexual brokenness, it's promiscuousness and pornography. So we're in level 1, brokenness and sexual addiction, right in pornography. And this is what the books do show. I would describe the books that I have seen as XXX. You're looking at a XXX movie, and the part that isn't being addressed here tonight is these books are being exposed and checked out by 14 to 17 years old. Now those are minds that aren't fully developed. They're not adults. Their developmental mind is not developed to the point where they are able to take this material in without some guidance and some care. And it doesn't help. The material I've read, it doesn't help. It just adds to it like an addiction. It just feeds and feeds. So level 2 would be affairs. Level 3 is illegal activities. So there are issues with feeding kids the wrong materials, and it's very harmful to them, and we don't want to spend our tax money on harming our children. Thank you for listening and considering.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name's Hank Herglotz, Madam Mayor. My name's Hank Herglotz and Assembly members, and I live here in Palmer. I'm very new to this. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I've ever been to one of these, but someone had told me about it tonight, and I just thought it would be my responsibility and duty to come down and give my opinion at least. If nothing else tonight, it's definitely increased my prayer life. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
'Cause especially for me, because I'm not sure I understand if I'm for or against this 24039. If I understand it right, we're for this. It's another layer to help protect and to have sexually explicit material out of the library. Do I understand that right? Then I would be for it. And, you know, all I know, I have a 10, a 12, and a 14-year-old, and they are very impressionable, as many here have kids. And I certainly wouldn't want to I wouldn't leave a firearm laying out in a spiritual, I wouldn't want my kids to get a hold of that and physically harm themselves, nor would I want them to spiritually defile themselves with something that they could pull off the shelf in a public library. So, you know, it's for the protection, not only for my kids, but others out there, even adults. I mean, this sexually, and I just heard from the last speaker what some of this is. When I read library challenged materials, that's pretty broad. I have no idea what all this involves, but I've heard some of it, and I think I've got an idea. So I just wanted to say that. There's also Amazon.com. If someone wants to get some sexually explicit materials on some of this subject matter, maybe they could order it offline and we can protect the public and they can go elsewhere for that stuff. But really, I wouldn't want to defile the eyes of my kids or anyone else's. If they want to do that, they can, you know, maybe something of responsibility that the parent can take upon themselves in the privacy of their own home and teach them that way. It's our responsibility as parents anyway. That's just my 2 cents from what I'm learning, and I look forward to getting involved. This is good. So God bless you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Hank. Come on, Dan. Oh.
My name
is Linda Spohn. I don't think either side is happy with this ordinance, but I am in favor of the passage of 24-039, even though I personally think it is woefully inadequate, but it is better than nothing. I don't know if you know the seriousness of this perverted, vulgar, pornographic library book issue. We read so very little bit of it to you. I don't think you're going looking for it, and I don't know if you've really seen it or are you really aware of it. Pornography is the fastest growing addiction. No librarian should be on this Citizens Advisory Committee. I see major problems with this. The librarians have already proven they aren't competent to handle the Advisory Review Committee. Talk about a small body of librarians having so much power. The Assembly and Mayor currently have no authority over these librarians. Taxpayers need a say. This material is harmful to children. Do you know the seriousness of this? The Valley is overwhelmingly conservative. We are not a small number. So we're not a small body of people who oppose obscene, vulgar pornography in libraries. Maybe this issue belongs on the ballot. The only reason these books have been placed in libraries is to groom children. Children today in the United States are bombarded with filth. Why do we buy it with our tax dollars? Please, people, go ahead and pass this because it's better than nothing, but all these librarians say the very exact same thing. They're all pro whatever's out there, and I don't think we're taking away anybody's rights. We've not said anything about burning or banning, but I don't think we need to pay for it and put it in front of children. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Nan Potts, and I'm a borough resident. And just recently, I'd say within the past couple months, this has come to my attention and to my husband's attention. And I find it interesting that we are having this discussion. It boggles my mind to think that material that is targeting younger people, minors, are being discussed, inappropriate material being discussed like this. If I love librarians, I have friends who are librarians. I haven't talked to them about this issue, and I can't believe they would let something like this slide if they get through the cracks into the libraries. And I'm speaking specifically to inappropriate material for minors. If they had the power to control this. With that said, I am for this ordinance as long as we can be effective with doing what the community is wishing to do. Because it's funded by taxpayer money, we want to look at the books that will benefit the community, and specifically our children. As long as we can do that, I think we've got a good chance of eliminating a lot of the turmoil that's been caused recently. And if I may do a little whimsical here, I think if you have seen the Harry Potter series, and if you go to Hogwarts, there's a library there. There is a restricted section in it, as with many other areas where material that's inappropriate. But again, all that material could be bought online, in a bookstore. There are other resources other than our libraries. Let's keep our libraries appropriate to our community. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, ma'am. Anyone else?
My name is Teresa Emlock, and I live in Houston, Alaska. I just wanted to share experience that I had with my 12-year-old daughter. She had to write a paper on a historical figure, and she chose Anne Frank. And she spent about 45 minutes in the Wasilla Library, and she chose 4 books. And one of the books she chose is Anne Frank graphic novel adaptation by Ari Folman. It looked innocent enough. My husband was standing next to her. They checked out, and the librarian didn't say anything about content. She read about 3/4 of the book, and she stops reading the book, and she hands my husband the book. And she shows it, and I don't know if I should share of like what it is, but it's a graphic depiction of Anne Frank interested in another woman. It's a side of Anne Frank I didn't really know about. But I didn't know if I wanted my 12-year-old daughter to see Anne in bed confused about why she wanted to see another girl naked. And this graphic novel, I think by its very nature, is geared towards children. And a graphic novel is similar to a comic book because it uses sequential art to tell a story, but it resembles a novel in length and narrative development. And I researched a little bit about this graphic adaptation of Anne Frank, and 2 headlines caught my eye. Florida high school pulls graphic novel adaptation, not age appropriate, and Texas teacher fired for showing Anne Frank graphic novel to 8th graders. My background is in film and television, and I worked in Anchorage for about 5 years for a small production company, and we also did television broadcasting. And one thing that we had to do was follow the FCC guidelines. Both the public libraries and public television serve our community, and federal law prohibits obscene, indecent, and profane content from being broadcasted on the radio or television. And in the Supreme Court 1964 landmark case on obscenity and pornography, Justice Potter Stewart famously writes, "I know it when I see it." And I think as parents, we know it when we see it, and we have a right, I think, and a responsibility to protect our children. And I wish somebody protected my child from reading this Anne Frank graphic novel, because she now thinks of Anne Frank first as a bisexual and second as a hero. And I think that I leave a question with all of you. If the FCC sees the value of protecting our children from what they see on television and hear on the radio, should we not equally protect what they read in the libraries?
Anyone else? I'm sorry? Okay. It looks, we have somebody else coming.
I'm Desiree Terry, and I live in Palmer. And I support this ordinance. I would appreciate some more intervention in what's in our libraries. I feel like, you know, as a parent and a grandparent now, that I remember the joy of running into the library and allowing your kids to just choose whatever they wanted. And it was a safe place. You knew that if you were in the right section, if I'm in the section for 2 to 4-year-olds, I'm going to get something that's appropriate for 2 to 4-year-olds. If I take them to the middle school section, they're going to get something that's appropriate. Now, as a parent, I have to sit and sift through what I'm paying my librarians to do, and I want that the libraries should respect the parents, respect age limits, and like the other lady said, you know, if it's not appropriate for television, why would we put it in our public library where children can have access to it? I expect that my tax dollars will be used in protecting and providing safe places for children just to be children. That's all.
Thank you. Somebody, okay. Okay, so go ahead, whoever is first online.
Madam Mayor and Assembly, I'm Pastor Chad Scott, SDOTT, Meadow Lakes.
I'm calling in favor of Ordinance 2439, establishing a Citizens Advisory Committee with possible amendments for improvement. I'm cautiously optimistic about a positive result, although I wholeheartedly disagree that this should be an administrative issue and may actually require a direct proposition from the voters. As direct representatives of the community will, the Assembly and Mayor must, as it stands, take full responsibility. All are welcome to advise during any public comment period, but voters have specifically tasked the Assembly and Mayor with making the final decision. One issue of concern in the former review system was the burden on borough employees and time and resources. I would recommend attempting to minimize anything beyond the absolute minimum administrative involvement. If this is to be a citizen committee, it should not be bound by the whims or dictates of a department director, but be able to ensure that its recommendation reaches the Assembly without interference. Other than providing meeting notices, taking minutes, and compiling committee's recommendations for the report, all attempts should be made to remove administrative gatekeepers from the process. Final decision of any of these crucially divisive reviews should remain the sole responsibility of the Assembly and the Mayor directly as accountable representatives of the borough electorate. If this committee is created without amendment, some effort should be made to name it correctly, the Community Development Director Committee. Furthermore, as Assemblywoman McKee stated, the community is not engaged in any form of book ban by removing books. Based on that logic, the library is currently banning around 150 million books by discriminating against and not having them in circulation. The people of the borough have the right to regulate books available in the borough libraries. If a local coven would like to distribute books deemed unacceptable by the borough, they have only to answer to the state for the legality of making available their trauma voyeurism. The borough should not be involved in subsidizing smut. A small group has shown up tonight in opposition, but as you know, many thousands more have voted for you to do the right thing. Contrary to the view of some, we who would recommend book removals do not oppose our libraries. We actually want the good work that they do not to be undermined by a few bad decisions. I have every confidence that you will. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly, for addressing this important issue. May the Lord bless you in all your efforts.
Okay. Next person online, please.
Hi, my name is John Strassenberg, and I oppose 2439. I watched a video of the January 18th Challenge Books Committee meeting, and yes, it was disorderly at times. The reason for the disorder was that people were not provided with a chance to be heard. People always want to participate in decisions that affect them, so it's not surprising that there was some discontent. But it never should have devolved into unruly behavior in reaction to the committee's decision. The remedy for this in the future is to include audience participation on the agenda of the existing Challenge Books Committee. I think that the manager could order that done, and thus giving everyone who wanted to be heard a chance to participate, and it would better achieve the objectives stated in the proposed legislation. If the goals are, in fact, to better inform borough staff decisions of community perspectives on challenge books, as the IM states, and incorporating citizens in the review process and promoting a better understanding of the attitudes and opinions held in the community, as the OR 2439 states, then the way to go is to retain the existing Challenge Books Committee and put audience participation on the agenda. The January 18th video also showed the committee's consideration of challenge books. I was very impressed with the depth and substance of the deliberation of specific books among committee members. These folks were thoughtful, knowledgeable, and sincere. Their knowledge of the community is grounded in real people who use the libraries, and this committee should be retained. If the problem with existing Challenge Books Committee is really its lack of audience participation, I find it ironic that the proposed Library Citizens Advisory Committee is poised to make the same mistake. There is no audience participation. Allowing 2 days before a meeting doesn't cut it. The new committee should have audience participation at the very least. My fear is that rather than advising an important but easily fixable problem, the underlying intent of the proposed legislation is not to allow more members of the public to participate, but rather to make it easy to get rid of books that a narrow group of people don't like. The best way to go here is to keep the existing challenge book committee, fix its agenda, and fail ordinance 2439. Thank you.
Thank you. We have somebody else online, Caleb? Okay. The next person online, please.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Good. Yeah. My name is Patty Fisher. I am speaking with regard to OR 24-039, which proposes the new library committee. I am very perplexed because I feel like this is an overlapping function, and what will happen is that the two committees are going to be frustrated, confused, conflicted, and there will be additional expense to the borough for all of this. The MSB already has both a library board and a challenged materials review. Why are we adding this redundant committee? If there is problems with it, fix the problems with it. Do not add another committee. This is ridiculous. It appears to me as if this new committee established by the mayor is basically just to go around the existing committee. That's what it looks like. There are problems with the ordinance in itself. Assembly divisions do not have representation. That should be fixed. The meetings, while they're open to the public, but there is not testimony allowed, that should be fixed. The ordinance also states the committee should review according to a scorecard provided by the community development director. There's nothing in the code to say what that scorecard will have in it. That is not appropriate. It can lead to gross misuse of the committee. So, while I do support changes if they're necessary, this is a redundancy. It is not necessary. This ordinance should be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody online? No, one more person. Go ahead. Next online. Hello?
Hello? All right, hi. My name is Victor Fonov. Hello, Madam Mayor, all the assembly members. Very thankful for your service to the community. It's really amazing. I grew up in the Matsu Valley since I was 9 years old, and I'm now married and have 4 beautiful children. I'm also a pastor at Whitefields Church in Wasilla here, and I care a lot for my community and for our children and what they're exposed to. And pretty excited to hear about this. I'm calling in because I fully support Ordinance 24-039. I believe that citizens should be the ones deciding what's on the shelves of our public libraries. Not suggesting we should ban books, as many have already stated. It's just that as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay for the books that don't align with my values. And if someone wants a specific book, they can always go online and purchase it. It's simple as that. It's not a coincidence. And to me, it's just such a ridiculous thing to think about what's happening just across our nation when you're looking at why are they targeting little kids? It's like when you look at other nations, they're teaching little children at the early stage how to cook, how to be mechanical, how to be mathematical, and then you're looking at the degradation of our nation, and you're looking where it's starting, and they're targeting our little children, and it's very sad. So when I take my kids to the library, and I want to make sure they aren't exposed to indecent material or stuff that's just questionable. And to those who said earlier, like all printed books and material should be available on our shelves of the public library because it's freedom and stuff like that. Well, if that's the case, you're pretty much on a slippery slope. You're suggesting, explicit and obscene magazines are okay too. And to me, there's no logic in that, and might as well start allowing other kind of weird stuff, and it just gets very dark pretty quickly. So in my opinion, there's no better way to go about this topic than to hand it over to the citizens of our community and have them decide what books are appropriate and which ones are not. Having citizens committees, I just think is a great idea, and that, I believe, is a true freedom for the community. And our libraries are supposed to be family friendly. It's not something supposed to be where I'm like, all of a sudden I'm worried and questioning, is it safe for my kids to grab random stuff or not, things like that. And the lady previously said how she used to come in with her children, and that's a safe place and stuff like that. But to me, it's just so sad to see that in our nation, that's what's happening. And it's like we're trying to turn every other nation that's degrading, or in other states that are degrading, and make our cities the same way, our boroughs. I'm in complete favor of this ordinance. I think it's a great idea. It's a great start. And I appreciate all that you guys do. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, okay. Next person online, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the Assembly. My name is Jim Sykes, and I just going to oppose this ordinance 2439. So it just seems like it's a very top-down approach, and it really should be a more community-oriented approach. And I think that people are highly interested in what's in the library and what's appropriate and what's not. And the most successful things that I have seen are where you have an actual community conversation. And the model that I've seen that I think is worth considering is you have a book club. The challenged books, everybody reads the books. As you read them, the chapters are discussed like you would in a book club. What's going on with the book, and have a conversation about it there. And what that has generally produced is a lot of community awareness and support, rather than finding the offensive passages that have been raised, and they may be very offensive, I don't know, but rather than just finding those passages and saying, this is in or this is out, I think you really need to take care of the whole book and have a community conversation about it. And then if you still remove it, well, that's fine. That's fine. But I think that should be a community conversation with the librarians present, because they have the expertise in how they chose those books. And I have been to all of the public libraries in the borough, and I've never met a librarian that I thought was working against the public interest. And so I encourage you not to adopt 2439 and to rethink it a little bit before you bring something back, and have a real honest conversation that's grassroots up and not top down. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Alrighty, next person online, please.
Good evening to everybody present. This is Larissa Fonoff.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Yes, as a devoted library goer and a parent who cherishes the time spent there with my family, I wholeheartedly support the ordinance advocating for age-appropriate and community-aligned books. Our family has always valued the library as a place of learning, exploration, and bonding through the wonderful summer reading programs. However, an incident in the 2022 Palmore Library opened up my eyes to the need for careful curation of library materials. While browsing, my toddler innocently picked up a book to encounter content that was not only inappropriate, but also potentially harmful. In this particular book, a so-called feminist baby promoted violence and nudity, leaving me shocked and dismayed. How could such content be considered educational and appropriate for library and our tax-paid books? This experience underscored the importance of ensuring that the books available in libraries align with the values and sensibilities of our community. Children deserve literature that fosters growth, understanding, and respect, not agenda that promotes violence or exposes them to inappropriate content. There was also a lot of conversations about older children being exposed to books that were not appropriate. My children are still small, so I'd like to speak on the more younger side of it. Supporting this ordinance is a crucial step towards addressing the current selection of books in our libraries. ensuring that they remain safe and enriching spaces for families like mine to continue to enjoy and benefit them for the generations to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, this is Melody Wright.
Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I'm calling in today to strongly protest the recent alarming development of the Assembly considering forming a committee for the express purpose of censoring books based on protests from a small minority. I'm listening with jaw dropped to the people who have been saying, yes, we need to censor books, because it sounds like they have never heard of the First Amendment, which has been held up repeatedly by the courts. I'm going to describe a few cases that under the right to read freely that are all over 20 years ago and all taken place in states like Texas and Arkansas. So in 2000, city residents wanted to remove 2 books, Heather Has Two Mommies and Daddy's Roommate, because they disapproved of the book's depiction of homosexuality. The city of Wichita Falls City Council voted to restrict access to the books if 300 people signed a petition asking for the restriction. A separate group of citizens filed suit after the books were removed from the children's section and placed on a locked shelf in the adult area of the library. Following a trial on the merits, the district court permanently enjoined the city from enforcing the resolution permitting the removal of the 2 books. It held that the city's resolution constituted impermissible content-based and viewpoint-based discrimination. It was not narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest, provided no standards or review process, and improperly delegated governmental authority over the selection or removal of libraries' books to any 300 private citizens who wish to remove a book from the children's area of the library. This is, of course, the city of Wichita Falls, Texas, in the year 2000. In the Cedarville School District in Arkansas, the school board voted to restrict students' access to the Harry Potter books because they didn't like the magic. As a result of the vote, students in the Cedarville School District were required to obtain a signed permission slip from the parents or guardians before they could be allowed to borrow any of the Harry Potter books from the school libraries. The district court there overturned the board's decision and ordered the books returned to unrestricted circulation on the grounds the restriction violated the students' First Amendment rights to read and receive information. In so doing, the court ruled that while the board necessarily performed highly discretionary functions related to the operations of the schools, it was still bound by the Bill of Rights and could not infringe students' First Amendment rights to read a book on the basis of an undifferentiated fear of disturbance or because the board disagreed with the ideas contained in the book. There are many more examples out there. It takes only seconds to look. Nearly all of them address school boards, not a wider government like this assembly. And all of them prove that if you continue down this pointless path, you will be sued for violating First Amendment rights. You will lose, and in so doing, waste not only vast tracts of time, but blow taxpayer money that should be going to countless other departments, roads, business development, even fully funding schools for once. So please take your noses out of what is not your purview, which is censorship in government. You're being paid to do a job, and censoring isn't it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? No, nobody else online. Okay, I'll come back one more time for anybody that hasn't testified that would like to testify. Oh, somebody else came online? Okay. Next person online, please.
Yes, hello. This is Jean Holt from Palmer, and I'm kind of going to put a different spin on this. I attended the January 18th meeting with public librarians, and I'm disgruntled with how the public librarians handle the meeting at both meetings that I've attended of theirs. I think there's a conflict. I believe that Manager Brown dissolved that committee, and then I also attended the school district book review, and it was excellent. And they were total individuals, and they read all the books from front to cover, and that's what the borough is trying to get, a non-partial individuals, public individuals, and not the librarians that the borough had for the borough library. So I believe that what they're trying to form at the borough level is what the school district did with independent individuals, like the woman that's on that board stated, that they want to be very open and listen and read and be informed and make informative decisions. And that's what the borough assembly is trying to achieve, I believe, with forming a committee, not what they had before with the borough librarians. So please consider ordinance 24039 so we can have an understanding, a true understanding of going over the books. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else online? No. Okay. So one last chance. Anyone in the audience that hasn't addressed the assembly that would like to? If you haven't done it before, we've already had one gentleman tonight say, you know, he came up, he hadn't done it before, so don't be scared. All right. We don't want you to go home tonight and say, oh, I should have done it. I should have done it.
Hallam from Willow. Ron, you're my man. I love you. Probably the youngest speaker here tonight. I just came out of the teenage years, and I want to say I'm so grateful someone invested into protecting me and keep me guarded, because I didn't need one more thing tempting me to go down that path and to give up. And now I can have a beautiful marriage with my wife back there, and I'm grateful for someone standing up when I was not at a point in my life where I could make a disciplined, really substantial decision in my life. As a young person, someone was able to put up a safeguard for me, and I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. So, do I plead a little bit longer, or do we cut it off? Okay. Anybody online? Did I see a hand out there? No. Okay. Nobody else online? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I know the assembly badly wants a break. So we'll go ahead and break until 9:30. If I can go ahead and have the assembly come back to their seats, please. No, that was mine. Did I put it on yours?
Here, let me open it for you, Madam Mayor. I'm like,
You
somebody
wanna
wants me
taste
to have
it, too?
chips.
You want to taste it too? I'm sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
went out there to catch somebody and so I just threw it on him. I'm sorry. Can I have the assembly come back to order, please? No, that's Mike up there. I just saw the white hair in the front. Well, you know who Mike is. But the guy that had the big camera.
Yeah, I figured that's. Assemblymember McKee, we're starting.
I have a cough drop.
I'm good. I think I'm good. I had some phlegm in my chest, and I was like, I gotta cough it up. And I'm like, you don't really want to sit here and do that. I was like, absconding.
I learned a way to stop a tickle immediately is drink like hot water or hot coffee immediately.
We'll stop it.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. And I'm like, gosh, these days, you know, you cough in public and you're like a leper.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Somebody gave you a mask, right?
Okay, everybody's here, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Assembly person, can I have the assembly come to order, please? So Assembly Person Fonoff, can I have you move the legislation?
Can I have everybody in the audience, please? Thank you.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-039.
Okay. Would you like to address it, or?
Yeah, I can talk on some of the brief things. Let's see. The way, just so have a context, as of now, the librarians get to decide what books to purchase and what to put on the shelf. And if somebody doesn't like it, they can, I guess, challenge it, and then pretty much a group of the librarians get to review that challenge, and pretty much most of the time it stays there. So basically there's just one layer, where this, I believe, will just add another layer that's not being paid. People that are not part of the borough or librarians, they'll put their recommendation, and we'll probably be working out a lot of details to make it as efficient as possible. And I would like to address a few other things. I'll echo a lot of things that said that the citizens should not have to pay for books that should not be acceptable in vast majority of what reflects here in Matsu Borough. When some of the comments that we received through writing and spoke today, they said vocal minority here is trying to do this. I wouldn't say that it's a minority. I talk to a lot of people, and I always up for just personally discussing any subject, especially with the people that disagree with me. I would say no, that wasn't a minority. Most people that have common sense, they look at it as, well, if this book that was partially read here for a few minutes, that one assembly meeting, and mayor had to put end to that, and some people had to walk out of this chamber not to have to hear that, and then to say that somehow is okay for the children, I find that to be, it's kind of almost a common sense thing. One of the things was very alarming is the application that has would give your child the library card. As a parent, we sign it, a parent gets to sign it, but after they sign, there is zero control. Even if the book is in adult, or young adult, or whatever the section, and a 10-year-old wants to check it out, there is no mechanism that filters that, just so you guys understand. And I find that to be alarming. I do have 5 children, as young as 6 and as old as 12. So I want to create that environment that a lot of people spoke about the libraries that are very welcoming and safe for children. And nobody in none of these ordinances attack librarians anyway. We do want to promote that. And with that said, I think, let's see. Another thing that a lot of people who did not like this ordinance, none of them have proposed a method that would work better. It's always easy to oppose something, but to propose something that is more effective and that would have made the process for the challenge books easier, I did not hear one good suggestion. So I'm always open to suggestions. I'm always available to talk to people. But what we have here in front of you, I believe, would be the best for our community here. And I just would hope that a lot of people who care about this issue would, when the position will be open, they would show that their willingness to be involved to help in this process. That's one way you guys could be, everybody could be effective. And with that, I want to, in the future, encourage people to be involved. And if we could do this together, we could make it. And as we see something that needs to be addressed, we'll address those issues as they come up. But that's for now what we have. I hope that the rest of Assembly will support me in this.
Okay. Assemblyperson Young?
Yeah, I really honestly have no idea if this is going to pass or fail tonight. But if it does, I want to focus on the policy side of it. So there was a couple concerns brought up, some multiple times tonight that I would like to either help answer or lay to rest. And so there was a few people who had mentioned that maybe the borough should stay out of the business of the cities or whatever it may be. And I just want to let you know that Ron, Stephanie, and I all have cities in our districts, and we are not allowed to create policy for them. So just do know that whatever happens tonight, it has no bearing over any library in the city of Houston, city of Palmer, or city of Wasilla. Another thing that I'd like to mention is there were a few that thought that this was or could become a non-democratic process, and I would just like to remind everybody that this is why we have elections. And so there's 7 different voices up here. It takes 4 for anything to pass, and it takes 5 to override a veto. So this, in my opinion, does get the entire community involved. And then I do have one concern, and I would like to offer a friendly amendment. I'm not sure if this whole thing's going to pass or not, but if it does, I agree with the 7 members. I never want to see any board have an even amount of people because you can wind up in a tie. I think it is a good thing if it's odd, but I do believe in my heart that there should be 1 from each assembly district. And just so you understand, that process, the assembly member can make recommendations. In fact, I think that's pretty typical of everything that we have. It doesn't mean it has to be that way, and the mayor does get to choose at first. But I want to remind everybody, the assembly has the ability and the power to not, pass that. And actually, if you could explain that, please, to the public, because I think there was some confusion. If you could explain how that process works, that would be good.
I think it's a pretty short explanation. The mayor makes appointments, and they're subject to assembly confirmation. And if the assembly does not confirm somebody, that person is not seated. So at the end of every assembly meeting, somebody moves the vacancy report, and the motion is typically, I move to confirm the mayor's vacancy report as follows, and you read the appointments and/or resignations from the various boards and commissions. This one would work the same way. And if the assembly didn't agree with the appointment by the mayor, the assembly could vote that down.
Thank you. I understand it, but I knew you could explain it better. So I guess what I'm saying it is a very democratic process that does include the entire community because you're who choose us. And so with that being said, I do want to offer my amendment. I know sometimes it's difficult to fill boards and commissions. I don't believe in my heart this one will be. If this passes, I do think that there will be multiple people from each part of the community who would like to be involved, and I would like to see one from each area. That way, the entire community is represented fairly. So I'll let Lonnie, yes, ma'am.
If everybody wants to look at page 2, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, it says voting members representative from as many assembly districts as it is feasible. That's in there now. And I think in almost all of our committee appointments, we have that as a feasible, because just in case there would be a district that wouldn't be. So I don't know if you want to change part of that or not, but I wanted to call that to your attention.
So it's, right now it's as feasible, but we do have the power here to make it as required. Is that the case, Nick or Lonnie?
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to.
I know.
Right now, I have 2 vacancies on the Parks and Rec Board that I cannot get people to sign up for. And so, you know, but whatever you want. You're free to make whatever amendment you want. Yeah, are you?
Rob, just to clarify, when we were working on this, the thought was to try to attempt to have person from each district, but there is sometimes certain districts are harder to fill in than others, and on surface it always seems like there's going to be many people, but in reality it could be a different situation. We didn't want to be just restricted to that. And there was also, I think, 2 alternative seats that will be filling in case people are traveling and things like that, so that those people can step in. So I think the idea is to have assembly people, each person to get somebody from their district and put that maybe a recommendation to the mayor with assembly's approval, but not to have that restriction, because if I don't want to fall in a situation where we can't fill that one, and then we would be at the odd number where, you know, it's a split instead of having it even. So that was the thought on that.
Thank you for the clarification, and I would like to ask one question to the attorney or clerk, and I think I already know the answer to this, but this is something the assembly can change later. If this were to pass tonight, and say there was 3 members from one district and 2 from another and 2, and then we just decided that wasn't it, we could change that later, correct? To make it a requirement.
First of all, you won't get 3 members from one district unless the assembly approves those appointments. So it goes back to the assembly confirmation. So you would all have to agree to do that in the first place. And second, if you did agree to do that and then later turned around and didn't like that, you could change it. That is correct.
In that case, I will pull my amendment. Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee, did you have a question?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's practical, but could you say, because the desirability of a person from each district is obvious on its face, but if you could say something like, give a time frame, like if that position is not filled within 30 days, then you could, you know, choose somebody else who might even already be a district that might be duplicated? Could you put a time frame in that, and that would maybe?
I think you probably could, but what my policy has been, and I think you all agree, if it's a 7, say whether it's planning commission or whether it's plating board or, you know, whatever, I think 100% of the time I've reached out to the assembly person where that vacancy has been and asked for a recommendation. And I don't think that we have made any recommendations that you all have confirmed that if there is 7 members that has been out of that district. Now, that wasn't true 3 years ago when I took over. There were a couple of, because they had that as feasible in there. So when the former mayor, I don't know exactly how it went because I wasn't here, but apparently he did make some appointments that were outside of districts, but working with the clerk's office, any of those have been now changed, so almost everybody is from the district. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's you know, you have some further questions. Anybody else down here? Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Benero, go ahead.
I have a question there for the attorney. Under section 7, where it says the administrator
Go ahead.
is one who's in between the committee and the assembly. Is there a way to lessen their power and just go straight with the committee?
Straight to whom? Yeah, I'm missing the
Go
question.
ahead, sir.
Through the mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but I think what you're saying is just let the committee's recommendation be the final decision.
Straight to the...
That's a question for the attorney. We did talk about, we
So
talked about
we
that.
did talk
talked
about this.
the assembly, so if I can
Yeah,
finish,
go
one of the
ahead.
things that's different about this, it is modeled after the school district's committee, but it doesn't bring the assembly into the decision-making role. That was intentional, and I think Nick can elaborate as to why.
That's correct. So unlike the school district, the school board has the final decision-making authority over all curriculum. This is an administrative matter. You know, you think about pool hours, schedules, trailheads, you think about ice rinks, things like that. The decision of library materials is not a legislative matter. You don't see state legislatures, you don't see the United States Congress passing laws about what books go into their respective whatevers. It's an administrative matter. Your chief administrator is, in a strong manager form of government, Mike Brown. So we have departments, we have divisions, and so the decision-making authority is with the community development director because she's the department under which the libraries fall.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I'll just say it, Nick, because you didn't. What it comes up to be is basically, I work for you, and if I'm not doing what you want, you have recourse to remove me. That's what it comes down to. It's that simple. I mean, I don't relish necessarily wading into this, but somebody's got to do it, and I would argue it comes with the territory. If you're unhappy with the way that's being done, I'm the person you take that up with, right? And then I, of course, hire and appoint, or through a hiring process, I appoint the community development director, or any department director for that matter, right? And so that's how it works. If you don't like what we're doing, you don't
So
like
if-
what I'm
if-
doing,
If the administrator isn't fluid with the assembly,
I'm sorry, say it again?
if the administrator isn't really following what the committee is wanting or advising, then I just want to get the information from the committee to the assembly versus going
Yeah, I think,
watered down,
I mean,
whatever.
I'm going to say this, Nick, and then you're going to shake your head and correct me. I think you could do it that way. I think there are some perils associated with having the committee be the final decision-making authority. I pause, waiting for the attorney to wade in.
Yes. So there's a couple of problems with that. First of all, it's an administrative matter. You appoint a chief administrator. You cannot take away chief administrator's power. Wasilla, for example, has been having city council meetings. They had a city council meeting back in January where they were talking about the books and whatever, and their city attorney hit the nail on the head. They have a strong mayor form of government. The Wasilla City Council cannot make the mayor take books out, whatever, because they're the legislative body. Now, the mayor is elected, and the mayor holds both what we have two people do in Wasilla because they're strong mayor, that's all combined in one person, right? Us and Palmer are strong manager form of government. So Mike is your chief administrator, so you can't, somebody mentioned earlier the Wichita Falls case. There is a principle in the law that you cannot delegate power to people that you cannot improperly delegate your power. So for example, you could never tell an RSA board, go ahead, levy your mill rate, and whatever mill rate you want, just talk to Cheyenne and she's gonna stick it on the tax bill. You can't do that, that's illegal. It has to come here, the assembly has to levy the taxes because it falls squarely within your purview. Administrative selection of books and administrative removal of books is an administrative matter, so it has to rest with the borough manager and the departments. The departments.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I had an amendment at one point there, but it was withdrawn.
Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Yount.
I'm really glad this is administrative. I will. No, I am. And ultimately though, and I'm gonna come full circle here, but it's a good thing because it gives us a chance to check the process, check on lawsuits, check on precedent that other courts have determined. Right? This is a good thing, right? So I think being that it is administrative is a good thing. Ultimately, everything falls back here, and Mike said what I was going to say. I believe we have the best manager in the state of Alaska. With that being said, it only takes 4 of us to walk him out the door. So, I mean, I'm that's how it works, right? Mike, I think, is going to put forth the will of the body. And so, if there's books in our schools that are teaching kids how to create an online porn, page without their parents knowing, or how to go get a sex change without their parents knowing, I have a feeling we would have a conversation with our manager about that. So I think it's perfect the way it is, and I think we should not try to amend it, So that's all I got.
Assemblyperson Hale.
I was just raising my hand to speak to the to the administrative nature of it, and again, I think that's an important distinction. The last thing you want is politicians monkeying around with your First Amendment rights. As far as what we've heard tonight, I really like the idea that was presented about having a different colored library card for minors and having that extra layer, that extra tool in the toolbox for parents to keep an eye on what their kids are reading. Ultimately, I think that this comes down to the parents. It's not the government's job to parent your children. As far as the ordinance itself goes, I think that we are creating extra steps to do something that we already do. And I think the main problem I have with this is that it politicizes the process, in that any committee that is appointed by the people at this table is inherently going to be political. And so you're politicizing this process that ought to be administrative, right? When I grew up in Valdez, I spent a lot of time in the library, a lot of time. And some of it was doing community service for minor in possession of tobacco tickets, but I read a lot of books, and I read books that probably my parents wouldn't have approved of me reading. And what I learned from that is that my parents were right pretty much all of the time. And the last thing that I think we needed, our family needed, was for some politician to stick his nose in that relationship. So I'm opposed to this ordinance as it's written, and that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, so much of what was said tonight, I agree with. I don't want to ban anybody. You can read anything. I don't really give a rip. That's not my concern. My concern is protection of the kids. And if you get a library card, show it to the librarian, flash it, you're 21, and except for the fact that your voice hasn't changed, you don't shave yet, you could trade your cards around, so I don't know that would work. But the administrative part of this whole new committee is kind of like a work in progress. I had an idea, because I wanted to know what my kids were reading. So the way we do it right now is the parent doesn't know what's checked out until the book is overdue, by which time the kid has read it 14 times because they're going to read about sex. It's just the way it is. It's too late. So we talked about talking to IT, trying to get a method by which every book that anybody ever checks out, cookbook, craft book, blow up a building book, I don't care what, sex book, whatever, that as soon as that is checked out, you hit the button and it goes to the email associated with whatever person that is, and the parent will know. It's not a big deal. It's just when the kid comes home, because I like the way the one lady said that when her kids brought the book home and they would talk about it. Well, you know, if I got a book my parents don't want me to read, I'm not going to tell them. But if they've gotten an email that says, this person and every person who checks out a book gets that notification, that takes care of the notification, and then it is truly on the parent, which is absolutely where it must stay. If they want them to read whatever, good for them. That's the way they do it. So no, I certainly don't want to usurp I would be very much against usurping a parent's right. But I also think that we have to be proactive in letting them know, because when somebody was talking about sending their kids to the library and you could trust what was going on there, now you necessarily can't do that. So since you can't, then you have to proactively help that parent, because they're not going to get the straight story from the kid. I wouldn't have told the truth. But they need to know. So you're right. I don't seem nobody wants to ban a book. They won't let us put it. You remember how they used to have the books in the store, and when it came to right here, there was a little kind of a shield in front of it, so the kid couldn't even see that? Morality hasn't changed. It shouldn't have changed, because that's pretty basic stuff. So I think the whole idea here is the details are being worked out. As for public comment, I would love, if it were me, I would say, hey, everybody all show up and say whatever you want to say, and you got 2 or 3 minutes to do it. I'd be okay with that. So, but right now, for this ordinance, to get this thing off the ground so we can start working on putting the thing together so that the people out there can participate, we got to jump off at some point, and this is the jumping off point for me. So that's where I am.
Deputy Mayor, can I have a motion from you to expend the meeting to, and we still have a number of items, so I'll let you do it.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay. Is there any objection? Okay, no, go, okay. Mike, you had some comments.
Yeah, so through the mayor, and I'll plow through this quickly, but I'm not trying to sway the assembly one way or the other. I just want to make sure you have all information, understand what the ordinance does and does not do. So some of these tenets being administrative in nature, if we see that a correction or a refinement of something is necessary, it allows us to do that. If we do it, if we codify it in code, it's going to take a month and a half to make a change. So there's one benefit there. I want to be clear and provide a clarifying comment to what Ms. McKee said. Parents today can go to the website and see what their kids have checked out. I know that's not an email, and we are working on that.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear for the public, that's already available on the website today. So it's not like the borough's hiding what kids are checking out. So yes, I agree it should be more proactive, and it would be nice to have a push notification, and we're working on that because we're part of a larger system. But they can already go to the website and look for that information all by themselves. One thing this ordinance allows, like what, I want to be clear, because I think I don't like how it's come out in the media that this is about banning books. We are part of a larger system for interlibrary loans in the state. So I want to be clear about what the ordinance does. If we take a book, and let's say this advisory committee says we want to remove this from the library period, and the department director says, yep, it's out, it doesn't mean that somebody couldn't request that book from another library and it be transferred to that library for checkout. Okay, so I just want to be clear. That kind of addresses some of the things you heard from the public tonight, but I want to be clear, that's not a book ban. That's not banning the book from the library. It just means it's not going to sit on a shelf locally necessarily. And then the last piece is one of those other administrative tenets. We do have a scorecard in draft, but it's not in the ordinance because it's not a function of the ordinance. It's an administrative function. So yeah, we have a draft in mind. One of the benefits to that is I go sit down with the attorney and I go, this is what I'm thinking, what do you think? And he's like, that's not good, that's going to set us up for failure. You know, we have that conversation. That's what having it as an administrative function allows you to do. And the same would be true for any review, is because I'm not going to go just run off without consulting with our attorney, because we're trying to protect the interest of the borough as an organization. And I think that is important, that we would at least consult and think through that before we make a decision. So that, I just want to share, like, that's some of the thought process and rationale behind it, and I think it's useful for the public. So, you know, when we tear off tomorrow, wherever this lands tonight, like, we have all the information out there and it's correct about what the ordinance actually does do, and not assume that it does or does not do things. Because I think it's like the book ban, I'm concerned about that, and it's like, this does not do that, in my opinion.
Okay, Assembly Person Nowers, did you have a comment?
Yeah, first of all, I'm still puzzled over how you got in trouble as a kid and you got sentenced to the library. Like, really? That, yeah, as a punishment. I just, a couple numbers that have stuck out to me tonight, and then just sort of a couple, like, sort of my logic on thinking through this and listening to folks. So, the testimony in the room tonight was 18 to 18, and then 2 people that I wasn't sure where they stood. We have 5 libraries in the borough, 102,000 books in that collection, 6,200 new books a year come into that. And I really want to go on the record for our librarians who have been targeted and called names and have been thrown into this and are trying to serve their communities to the best they can do. And they have had horrible, horrible things said about them. And I just want to go on record how much people appreciate the work they do year-round that has nothing to do with this. And we're always more likely to throw an insult than a compliment. And our libraries are amazing places. Both my daughters took advantage of it and loved them. And the librarians were just helpful, and I can't say enough about the librarians out there, and I want them to know they're appreciated because they're probably not getting paid a lot, and you know, we need them. So, you know, we're up, all of us are up here for the best interest of the community. Freedom and parental rights are always going to be my default. And in this case, the parents do have control over what their children check out. You know, are these books sitting on a shelf such an existential threat that we should take that ability for parents who want to check that out? I mean, I think the burden is on the challenger when you're taking something away. Somebody mentioned roads, and if you were going to take away my ability to drive that road, the burden would be on you to show that. And then the thing we get in trouble with, and this is where my fiscal conservative comes out, you know, are we using the borough resources wisely? And we had a discussion tonight about how we need a grant writer. We're talking about putting up to three staff people on this. I just don't know that it's the threat to the borough that warrants that. And I think the impetus behind wanting a new system is from people who want the books pulled. And nothing will happen to us until that advisory board says you should pull this book out, and the borough goes along with it, and we are going to get sued based on the fact that it was because of the content of the book, and we will lose. That's what, when you look across the country, none of these books have been judged obscene, so the exception to the First Amendment that would allow you to pull the books out isn't there. That's going to cost us money and time, and I think the solution lies in a very content-neutral review of when you take these books out of the library, and I think that exists now. Perhaps it needs to be more articulated, but we need content-neutral review. So how many times has it been checked out? Is it popular? Is it the right section? You know, like we need to, whatever administratively we do, we have to be very careful about making sure it's content neutral, because as soon as you start pulling a book because you don't like the content, you get in trouble with the courts and you lose. And the school districts, you know, in the middle of that now, and many places across the country are. So I think we need to put this proposal on hold because I think it's taking us down a path to get sued. And I do agree, it looks like the politicians inserting themselves into deciding what people should read, and you get in trouble with that. I think we should table this and come back with a process, sort of articulation of, well, I think we should leave it to the management to come up with an administrative review that, you know, improve the process, the things that you saw that weren't working. I think we should stay out of it. And, you know, if we take this action tonight, I do think we're gonna lead ourselves down a path that it's gonna cost us a lot of money, and I just can't support that.
Assemblyperson Fauna?
I call in question, vote on the ordinance as it presented.
Question. Is there any objections to the call of the question? Okay, so you will go ahead and vote on yes, we'll stop debate, and no, will allow the debate to continue.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and McKee, excuse me, it failed with Assemblymember Fonoff and McKee in support. I apologize.
Okay. So,
It failed with Assemblymember Fonoff and McKee in support.
we will continue discussion. Assemblyperson Benier, go ahead.
How did those books get there in the first place? Is my question. When you're a book called Twins and they are being victimized by their dad or stepdad or whoever it was, that was some of the grossest stuff I ever heard. And why would that end up in our library? Is there any beneficial? That's just poisoning our children. And for a politician to get in there, maybe they would like to take and help with putting some morals back in the community. Okay? That book got there somehow. We need to take a stand.
Okay, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead, and then McKee.
I can tell you I don't take this vote lightly. I am adamantly opposed to the banning of books, and I've said that multiple times in the last year and a half. I'm proud to say I take my kids to the library. I really love it. One of my best friends is a librarian here at one of our high schools, and I believe most librarians are amazing. I believe most policemen, most firemen, most teachers, most, you name it, every industry in the world. Most people, most carpenters, it doesn't matter. They're absolutely amazing. And then you get some that maybe aren't. And I will just say, my entire life, professionally, and even extracurricular, like coaching, it's all based on policies and procedures. I didn't become a good wrestling coach from not having policies and procedures in place. I haven't ran my businesses without them. I don't think anything should go without them. And I will just say it's quite odd to me that we live in an environment where there's just, it's basically just self-policing, right? And then I know a librarian at one of the schools here locally that was really upset and scared, and she says, man, there was a book that was questioned at her school, and she said, I had no idea it was here. I didn't put that book there. There's no policies and procedures, right? If I, call my flooring guy and say, can you put some flooring in for me? I give him a color. It's weird to me, that you just get to pick all willy-nilly and there's no deciding body, right? I do think the community, I mean, I know we're just, politicians up here, but we were put here by the people. And so I don't think the committee should be able to ban a book. I don't think they should even be able to pull one off the shelf. I think that should be administrative. With that being said, we've had a movie rating system. I want to talk about common sense. We've been rating movies in the United States since 1960 something, 68, I believe. You can't, you know when you go to a movie theater, if you're going to watch a PG or a PG-13 rated R, blah, blah, blah with your kids, you know what that means. Like, I can't believe we don't have something like that with books, to be honest with you. It's weird to me. So, I don't know how we get there as a community, but I don't like that the librarians, and it's nothing against librarians, because I think, like every industry, most of them are absolutely amazing, but it's weird to me that they self-police, and there's no other outside voice. That's odd to me in any industry. So, carpenters have codes we have to follow, and surveyors have you know, codes they gotta follow and so on and so forth, you know, so that's odd to me, but I guess I am definitely gonna support it because I think it does not ban books, as the manager said. It does not give, the committee the option to even pull it. But I do hope, similar to like a Playboy when we were kids, you walk in, every boy remembers this, I promise you. You walk into the Quick Stop, and behind the counter, behind the guy, you know, you could see, it said Playboy, and you could see the girl's face, but you couldn't see the rest of it. Or, you know, a movie. I was born in 1980, so we've always had the movie rating system my entire life, right? Like, my mom wasn't gonna let me go to an R movie when I was a kid, right? She knew what that meant, and I don't know how we get there. I think discussion is how we get there as a community. I think the more discussion you have, the better. I just, and ultimately, I think the decision should fall on the administration on which books stay and go, and taking into consideration lawsuits and everything else. So that's all I got. I hope that what comes out of this is no more self-policing. I hope what comes out of this is policies and procedures, so that you don't wind up with some books in one library and some in others, you know, and I hope that if somebody requests a book, they should be able to get their hands on anything they want. Honestly, I do. Like, I do not believe in banning books in any way, shape, or form. With that being said, I also know you can't legally buy, you know, a Playboy until you're 18, I think, right? I don't know. I think that's the age. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna support this. What I hope it brings is common sense. So, and some policies and some procedures, gets rid of self-policing, and, yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Assemblyperson McKee.
I agree, and I don't know where the rumor got started that we want to ban books, burn books, or whatever. And I've never said that, but people that I spoke to tonight thought that maybe I did. I would never do that. I want to read anything I want to read, and I want you to be able to do the same thing. Just don't show it to my babies, because once they see that, kids, adults naturally gravitate towards something that you say the sex word and they're on it. So you just like you can't let your kids drink just because they want to drink, or you can't let them vote, you can't let them drive a car, because you as a parent have to exercise, and when the parent doesn't exercise that, then the government does. I don't even want to go there. I just want to say, I want the parents to know. I want that library to be a safe place. I have a sister-in-law who's has a master's of library science, and I have one of my relatives is gay. So I have absolutely I don't have that kind of stuff in me. All I want to do is protect the little ones, because that is our job as adults, as a community, as assembly members. It has to be that way, because if nobody's minding the store, and there are a few who are out there who are, in my school, when we had the Let's Talk About It book, I went to my principal, I said, do we have this book? Well, I don't know, but let me check. We did. It hadn't been shelved yet, not because anybody was reluctant to shelve it, they just hadn't gotten to it yet. So there has to be, these are safeguards. It's like when you drive down the street and there's a cliff over the side, there's a barrier there that doesn't let you do that. And that's, if the parent doesn't even know the cliff is there because they don't know what their kid is reading, we need that safety barrier. Not for the adult, but for the kid. So it's a work in progress. We're going to get there. And I think when we come out of this, we're going to have the tenor of the entire community reflected, particularly because of the districts will be represented. So I'm very hopeful. This has been a long, 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 hard struggle. There's some real heroes out there, and they know who they are. I'm not one of them. I just have the platform, and for that I'm grateful.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale first, and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's a portion of the ordinance, and I don't have the chapter and verse on me right now, but it says public testimony may not be allowed, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it says may. I'm assuming as a option that eventually it might be allowed. But I would move to change that wording to public testimony shall be allowed.
Okay, so that is an
So
amendment?
that audience participation will be on the agenda, and testimony would be allowed at all those meetings.
So change the word may to shall?
Yep.
Okay. No, that won't do it?
The
What-
word,
Trying to find the word.
Yeah, what
Okay,
does it say?
it's in section 3.
Let's get the correct.
Yeah,
It's in
wording
section 2
first.
of the ordinance. What it says is, committee meetings are open to the public, however, there was no opportunity for public testimony at the meeting. So you would just need to change that part of the
I would
language.
like to change that part of the ordinance to say public testimony will be allowed at the meeting.
Okay, alrighty, so that's the amendment before you. We'll have discussion on that amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
When we were putting that together, one of the things is, when we were discussing, was not to turn into another, whatever that January or February meeting they're talking where there was a lot of, like, personal animosity and hate. I would stick with the written comments. I think they're effective. I think that is it's gonna be equal playing field for everyone, because sometimes I feel like some people that submitted in writing, but they didn't get it to say in person, they feel like disadvantaged. But this way, everybody at the same have a ability for public testimony, but it's just in writing. So that's the reason why I was going with that, and I would hope that it stays that way for the giving an even playing field and civility of it.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So, and the discussion was exactly that. It could turn into forever. But I did not like when I looked at that, it says public testimony will not be allowed, because written public testimony that's public testimony. So if we just took out that line that says public testimony will not be allowed, some people may not have read beyond that. And then it would, if you got a committee meeting going on, you very well, if those people cared and enough to submit a written thing, maybe that could be we could put it, you could discuss it if you wanted to. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Me, yeah.
Okay, well, Deputy Mayor had his light on first, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason we said no public testimony, that all testimony would be in writing. That would give people 2-3 weeks of lead time to write something up, and it would actually give the committee time to actually just focus on the book and the material that they were in reviewing.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
I'm going to maintain my amendment as it's written. I think it's important that people get a chance to have their say, and if they want to come and stand up in front of you and say it, rather than putting it in writing, more power to them.
Okay, further discussion on the, yes, Rob, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
I share the same concerns as Tim. I know that I hope things never get out of control. It was really nice to hear a member of the school boards committee tonight talk about how everybody is so polite there and gets along. I also don't mind that it's in writing, but it doesn't really sit well with me that we cut it off 2 days before. I guess we should probably talk about Tim's amendment first, but I guess, is there a way that we can change that, and would that be a huge inconvenience to the clerk? I mean, I don't think people should be, I think they should be able to give writing until right up before, maybe 6 or 8 hours, just so the clerk's office has time to print it, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, further discussion, yes, Assemblyperson Gamble, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I agree with Assemblymember Hale. I think the January 18th meeting digressed because there was not an opportunity for public input. And so I think writing is great for those people that don't want to stand in front of a committee and give verbal testimony. I think it's important for the public process for people to be able to stand up and say their piece, and so I would support that.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Can I offer a secondary amendment? And I don't know if this is possible. We do 3 minutes here, the school board does 2 minutes. Can we, I support it. I think everybody's voices should be heard. I'm okay with writing, but not everybody is. Can we limit the testimony to 60 seconds apiece? Is that, it's a minute. I think you have plenty of time to clearly define if you support the book staying or you don't support the book being there. And you can give a couple of bullet points, but I think that's plenty long enough.
Can I ask the attorney first if that violates anything in our code regarding public testimony being limited?
It does not.
Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Hale.
I would say that the length of the public testimony could be determined by the chair, just like we do with our public testimony. The only reason it's limited for 3 minutes is because it's written 3 minutes per person on the agenda. It's nothing in code that says you have 3 minutes.
Assemblyperson McKee?
I hate to sound like bargaining, but could we do 2 minutes? I mean, because the school board, honest to God, they get through with their 2 minutes. And a lot of people don't even go to the 3, and then other people who do, that would cut off a minute, but they should be, even I, who am a blabbermouth, should be able to say what I need to say in 2 minutes. So I'm okay with 2 minutes. I hope that goes.
Let me ask the clerk here. We're getting pretty deep down here. So let me be sure we're parliamentary proceeding correctly.
If I could, Madam Mayor, I would like to clarify that we do have in Borough Code that it's 3 minutes per person. We do. I'm just clarifying something different from the Assembly. And yes, you can do a secondary amendment. If Assemblymember Yunt wants to add language at the end, it would basically read, public testimony will be allowed at the meeting for such and such minutes per person.
Okay,
I didn't insert minutes because I don't know where you're going.
okay.
I'm gonna change my secondary amendment from 1 minute to 2.
To 2 minutes? Okay.
A secondary amendment now would read for 2 minutes per person.
Okay. Is there objection to the secondary amendment? Assemblyperson Hale, okay. Alrighty, so we need to proceed to vote.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on for 2 minutes per person.
Point of clarification, if we do not support that, is it automatically, is there a number or there's just no number as for minutes?
There would be no number associated with it.
You go
Then
back to
who-
the original language.
Are you wanting to revote? Am I hearing something? Okay. I'm going to reset it. So basically what's in front of you right now is to add time limit for 2 minutes per person. If you vote no, that doesn't pass and it doesn't have a time limit on it. If you vote yes, it will have a time limit on it.
Okay.
Okay. Assemblymember Bernier, can I get you to vote again, please? Thank you. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale and Gamble opposed.
Okay,
And we're on the primary amendment as amended.
okay. Discussion on the primary amendment is, okay, go ahead, sir.
So this would add provision for the vocal, not the written format. Is that what I'm saying correctly?
Just a minute, just a minute.
So I want to know
Let the
if,
clerk speak.
to cut off, I don't know what was the reason about the cutting off the written comments earlier. If that's the case, I want to keep them open until, what do we have here in Assembly? Because I know there, as of now, we're still on the day of the hearing, we're still getting the public comment. I want that to also be accepted, even if it's the day of the hearing. I think if, would that be in this, or that would be a separate amendment?
So if I can, Madam Mayor, right now what I have is changing committee meetings are open to the public. There is no opportunity for public testimony at the meeting. That is being changed with this primary amendment to allow for public testimony for 2 minutes per person. That amendment did not touch members or the public are to submit written comments to the committee no less than 2 days before a meeting. That would be a different amendment.
Okay, so we need to get through this one
Yes.
first. Okay.
Yes.
Is there objection to the amendment as amended? You have objection? Okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment as amended. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff opposed.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I'd like to make that amendment to
Sure.
not limit the 2 days and rather to have a deadline. I don't know if it's a few hours before a meeting, or what do we have currently, Lonnie, to submit comments in our setting?
To
Written comments.
Assemblymember Fonoff, basically, it's as long as there's staff in the office taking it in, we bring it down. So if I can make a recommendation to Assemblymember Fonoff, if he just wants that portion of the ordinance to go away, just strike the last portion that says members of the public may submit written comments to the committee no less than 2 days before the meeting. I would just strike it out of there, if
Okay.
that's your intent.
Yeah, I would like to do that, yeah.
I have a
Okay,
question.
So now you have an amendment Okay, Assemblyperson
So,
McKee.
so it sounded like there was a dichotomy between Fonov and Lonnie. So your amendment, you have an amendment that says it's gonna be there until the day of, or it's,
Yeah, it's not gonna be limited to 2 days before, so
Okay, so
we
then-
just remove that portion out of it.
yes, okay, that very last portion
Yeah.
that says it 2 days.
So as long as it's, they can get to it,
Yep.
and I'm sure there's gonna be a good mechanism in place for this, especially if it's an email format, it wouldn't be very difficult to forward it to the, committee. And I think a lot of times, we honestly, as assembly, come here and read some of these things, and it takes us a few minutes to go through it. I think it's a very acceptable, ask.
Okay, further discussion? Is there objection to the amendment? Don't see any objection, so it's passed then. Okay, further discussion on the ordinance as amended or further amendments? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
I would like to call the question.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question? All righty, so then I guess we're,
Is there any objection to the main motion?
any objection to ordinance 24-039? Is it, we do have objection.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the ordinance. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Alrighty, let's see, here we go. Let's see, we have another public hearing to hold.
We are on ordinance 24040, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $982,703.26 from revenue replacement funding for 8 of the 16 road service areas. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Go ahead, staff report.
Through the mayor to the assembly. Before you is an ordinance to accept and appropriate money that was previously set aside under the American Rescue Plan for the amendments to our road service contracts.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing then on ordinance 24-040. Do we have a sign-up sheet? We do not. Is there anyone here that would like to address ordinance 24-040? Anybody online, sir? Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing. And let's see, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-040.
Okay, any discussion? Any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, the legislation passes. Now we are to audience participation, and we do have a sign-up sheet. So, Mike? Coons? And we don't have a, I talked to the clerk and the attorney earlier today. We don't have a rule here on this audience participation. It's open, but if you want to try to address the ordinance that just passed, try to keep it brief, okay? I don't want to get out of here unless you're going to
Madam Mayor,
convince
you're going to
somebody
enjoy
to
this.
ask for reconsideration or something, okay?
Madam
But
Mayor, you're
anyway,
going to enjoy this.
yeah, so go ahead, Mike.
My name is Mike Coonson Palmer. I want to use this time to touch on some different things. I live on Lazy Mountain. The winds and drifting have been brutal this winter, some of the worst I can remember. By and large, I want to thank the guys that came out to plow my area. I have called to ask for plowing because of heavy drifting. The lady was always able to get them out in a timely manner, understanding this is just one small area of the borough. By and large, this winter, the amount of snow from the plowing crossing my drive was better. Some days great, other days not so great. I called for a snow blower to mitigate the drifting. Sadly, that took some time to do, but it really helped the drifting. So my hat's off to those crews. Of course, we need to strive for better. I was looking at buying property, which is going to include a driveway, and looking at how to get the existing road to be serviced by the borough. The folks in the permitting section were outstanding and walked me through what I would need to do. As to upgrading, although that was not going to happen, costs, etc., I got the information I needed to understand the process. Although I didn't get that land, I will be finalizing purchase of other land next week, and because of the folks in permitting, I know what to expect. I am sure that it is not every day that you, the assembly, get attaboys like this. But as some may be aware, I speak out on issues and I try to come up with fixes to those issues. At the same time, when someone does a good job, I have always tried to make that known to them and their bosses. You're the bosses. On a sadder note, as to the employees, those that the public has to deal with as to this ongoing library issue have been some of the worst employees I have ever encountered. The vitriol and actions by these radical librarians whom are employees of the borough against the public, and yes, we are the bosses of those librarians, has been more like dictators than employees. As happened in, I believe, in Alabama, I call on you to fire the head of the borough libraries and those whom have disregarded the safety of the children in this borough by, in my opinion, violating the law as to those books getting into the hands of those children. Not to mention how they, as public servants, have viciously attacked those whom have raised concerns, in my opinion, very valid concerns, based on their biased views. As in Alabama, when the director was fired and the librarians then locked the libraries in protest, those librarians were immediately fired. You, the Borough Assembly, have a duty to the public to hire and fire based on merit and job performance. This is a case where the job performance has only one recourse: firing with prejudice. I further ask that the Matsu Borough remove all libraries from the Alaska chapter of the American Library Association, as well as the American Library Association. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Mary Robinson, I don't see her, so. John Sinclair. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is John Sinclair. I am the Director of Engineering for MEA, which is your not-for-profit electric utility co-op. Our members have consistently told us that reliability and cost are their highest concerns. With this understanding, I am here to speak about several concerns MEA has with the proposed changes to 17.05. The language is vague in the proposed changes, which makes planning and executing projects difficult. Specifically, the adopted amendments require Type 2 essential services to minimize the visual impact without regard to increasing cost. With no defined limit to cost to MEA members to minimize these visual impacts, cost for projects could increase significantly. This also makes it difficult to determine routes or develop a schedule for the projects. The vague terminology will make future projects challenging, risky, and costly. MEA understands why the borough is looking at adding additional structure to the public process. We know that it is difficult to develop requirements that will address all concerns and appreciate the borough's efforts to do so. However, there are some significant concerns with the amendments as written and the general changes proposed to 17.05. As proposed, MEA cannot support the changes to 17.05. Thank you for your time.
I want to eat my potato chips, and I don't want to eat it on the line, so I turn off the machine. And then, so I thought I'd stop eating potato chips. Sorry, guys. Okay. Father Hillman, audience participation. Any subject you want to talk about? And you have yourself down for 2 different subjects, but you will only get 1 3-minute section, so.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair. Excuse me. First thing I'd like to, Father Randy Hillman, Valley Anglican Pastors, and here in Palmer and Wasilla. I'd like to address, and like I say, you only have a couple minutes. I'd like to address RS 24-038. We are in favor of that because some of the parishioners do use the Big Lake facilities. And we believe if the borough was to take over the Big Lake facilities, from the Lions Club, it would definitely improve and enhance the children' ability to use the athletic facility. Next thing I'd like to address is AEM 24-032. Speaking of this, I used to be a hospital consultant. I was brought up here to work at Providence. After my contract working with Providence, then I was one of 3 corporate people from Texas that built Matsu. There were some problems there economically and maintenance problems. I have to admit that. Failure on my part. But I want to speak to allowing the MTA to have extra to pass that or approve that amendment or on that. Because originally when we designed the hospital there, we asked the borough as well as the city of Palmer to give us extra water line out there for us to persist so we could operate. Now with the new road widening process, we have to address the electrical issues there. So that's on my side. I'm a failure to really address some of the maintenance as well as the design flaws of the hospital. I showed you that did not happen in the other 3 hospitals, especially Vail Valley Medical Center in Vail, Colorado. Didn't happen. So I want to address that with you guys. We support the amendment, attachment, or whatever you want to call it, AM 24-023, to allow that to happen. Thank you for your time.
Jennifer? I had my finger right on the button and I didn't push it. How late did you extend this meeting to? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Castro, and I'm the Senior Co-op Communications Manager for Matanuska Electric Association. I'm here to share MEA's opposition to the proposed amendments that would create a conditional use permit process for our transmission level projects in Ordinance 23-80. From our understanding of our Fishhook to Pittman transmission line project, the concerns of the community weren't with the absence of a thorough or robust project outreach plan, or not with having a good public communications plan, or following the existing decisional document process. The concerns as outlined to MEA and in public testimony lie with addressing public grievances after the public process and as the project is developed, designed, and constructed. We believe future improvements to the appeals process section in the existing ordinance could help provide some of the solutions our community is looking for and will not have unintended consequences these proposed amendments could create, such as increased costs, reliability issues, and delays in borough development and growth, and we're happy to join in on any future discussions of that. We also believe many of the issues raised during this proceeding can be easily and proactively solved with the development of a utility corridor plan that would make future development transparent and cost-effective while prioritizing the interests and needs of the communities we power and serve. It's important any future assembly action incorporates the will of our members and borough residents. A recent scientific MEA member survey highlighted what's most important to our members when it comes to electric infrastructure development, and the top priority was existing homes. Things like view sheds were rated least important to our members. We also heard during the borough's comprehensive planning public survey presentation that well over a majority of respondents said they would like more access to utilities in the future. We did review Assemblyman Gamble's amendments, and while they're bringing us very close to improving the appeals process, they do not remove section 17-05.45, the conditional use permit process, which we can't support. We would urge the Assembly to let the proposed amendments postpone indefinitely, and we really appreciate all of your time, consideration, and collaboration on behalf of the Assembly, MEA, and Alex Strawn and his department. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
I'm Jackie Goforth again, and you know how much these books have meant to me. I was here at 12:30 one time to speak to you about it, and I'll be as brief as possible. Thank you. Praise the Lord. Thank you. I want you to know that I had nothing to do with this amendment. Very little. I had no input whatsoever. If it would have had a lot more teeth. Okay, that's number one. Just addressing a few things. Number two, when I tell you that people are shaded and biased, or I gave you proof of that. Okay, that's another one. I can't remember the other one I wanted to speak to you about, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's the children who, I know what the other one is. No one said to remove a book, ever. I've been to 6 of these, and all I've asked is them to be relocated 6 feet over in the adult section. That's all. 6 feet. In Wasilla, it's 6 feet. And the answers you get from the people you're talking to are scripted. In fact, I was at a hearing yesterday in Palmer, and she had the answer typed out already. They had the answer to me typed out already before they even had the discussion, because she read it off the page. And Palmer does a silent hearing. So I thank you so much for allowing the public to have some input in what matters to them so much, the safety of our children. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to say something to the Assembly again on any subject?
My name is Linda Spohn. Please get your pens out and take notes. Mike Kuhn already had several solutions. I didn't see anybody writing down, so I hope you got them. My recommendations for solutions to the obscene perverted library books are, first, write a job description for your librarians and library directors so they know what is expected of them and that they are accountable to their employers. Also, write a set of guidelines for the library director and librarians on how to select books for our local libraries, and specifically the moral, historical, and educational content of such books. Second, get out of the American Library Association. Several states have already done so. Third, write a resolution to have harmful, obscene material removed from local libraries and schools, never to be put in again. Have pornography-free libraries. Fourth, fire any library director or librarian who can't meet basic standards of ethical, moral behavior or who can't follow directions from their employer. Fifth, if you can't do any of the 4 above recommendations, then close the library permanently. It would save us all a lot of tax dollars and heartache. My personal opinion is these indoctrinating institutions are too corrupt to save, and government has proven it has no business being in education or libraries. All of America's institutions are infiltrated with Marxists, including the White House, the judicial branch, the FBI, the Department of Education, libraries, museums, or in our case, our visitor center, just to name a few. All of these institutions need to be defunded, closed, or privatized. The socialist takeover is here, pushing LGBTQ agendas, transgendering youth, and sexualizing children with perverted pornographic library books, all with our tax dollars. This is appalling. Children need to be protected, and the community needs moral, ethical standards. Text messages to parents or a list on a website to see what your child checked out, or a color-coded library card for youth still doesn't protect innocent children from picking it off the shelf and viewing something inappropriate. What the eyes see, the mind doesn't always forget. I went to the library with 3 children, and they all wanted to look at books in their age-appropriate section, some on a different aisle even, so a parent can't be everywhere and see everything a child picks up. 20 years ago, we started running across questionable books in the children's section, so we quit going. I think to leave these books in the libraries, no decent person or family will go to these libraries. But you can always use the buildings for illegal migrants or homeless. Lusac Library in Anchorage is overrun with homeless, and now Anchorage taxpayers get to fix Lusak's toilets. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address it? Yes.
I'm Bill Haller. I'm with the Big Lake Lions Club, and I wanted to just speak a little bit about Resolution 24-038. The Big Lake Lions Club has a pretty long history of doing things for the community and then passing it on to the borough. We were the ones that originally started and built the Big Lake Library, and then that transferred to the borough's possession back in the 80s. I don't know if any of you knew that or not. Back in the 70s, the Big Lake Airport was built by the Big Lake Lions and then transferred to the state of Alaska. Well, the Big Lake Lions had a big group of people that wanted to build a community center, and we built this community center, and we built it with a lot of elbow grease and grants, and we were able to obtain and build the facility. We have an appraisal that puts it somewhere around $4 million. And unfortunately, I'm the second youngest Lion there is, and I'm 63. And so the operational overhead and volunteerism to keep the doors open is becoming quite challenging. And the community center in Big Lake has really become a cornerstone of our community. And so we would really like to see that carry on as the cornerstone of the community, and that's why we're asking the borough to consider this. We're not asking to get the money back out of it that's invested in it. We believe it's an infrastructure that the borough and the community need. So I wanted to show up and kind of explain what we wanted to do and make sure everybody understood that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address? Yes.
Mark Spone, Mayor and Assembly. Obviously, you guys got a tough job. Nobody thinks that's easy to sit up here and listen to people. Most of the time, they got a gripe. They don't always have a compliment. So I understand that. That's, I guess, the job you signed up for. There's a lot of good things you've done. Getting the voting to be the borough elections I'm talking about, it's to be, you count the votes right there at the precinct level, and it's done, and you know the results. They said Anchorage might take 3 or 4 weeks now before they even know, and then they're gonna go to, I mean, this is chaos. Common sense. Just remember, life is not that tough if you use common sense. But I was at that January 18th meeting or whatever, and those people said they were escorted out of here. That was a complete lie, and Dee McKee was there. Nobody was escorted out of here. It's all hyper baloney. And the derogatory things they wrote in print about our mayor and Dee and other people, you don't take that into account. You're telling us what outstanding, good employees they are. If I, as a worker, would have wrote those kind of things about my employer in a newspaper, hey, go get a new job. So before you give all these kudos to these people, you better see what they're doing, and they're being paid by me. I don't accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly and staff. I am Mary Ravetta, R-A-V-E-T-T-A, and I just really wanted to say thank you. I feel like it was a touchdown. I just am elated that this passed and that we can do something, go forward with this ordinance that we just passed. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to address the assembly on any subject? All righty. Go ahead to the first person online, please.
Greetings, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Amber McDonough, MCD-ONO-UGH, and I speak for myself, not as a Fishhook Community Council member. I'm testifying about Ordinance 23080, unfinished business to amend Code 1705 for essential service utilities. This is the third time this ordinance has been considered by the Assembly, and it proposes to create a conditional use permitting process for future transmission lines. Changes to 1705 are needed because hundreds of borough residents felt the existing code did not adequately compel Matanuska Electric Association to address land use conflicts that arose during the route selection of its new 20-mile Fishhook to Pittman transmission line. This Assembly agreed, and 18 months ago directed staff to draft up a fix. However, the current ordinance has several political and technical challenges. Acknowledging the outstanding need for some code changes, MEA reached out several months ago to collaborate on a revised ordinance. After better understanding the utility's internal design process, I recommend the Assembly table Ordinance 23080 indefinitely. Tabling would give MEA and residents the opportunity to do an ordinance reboot, to craft a new ordinance to update 1705 without an expanded government permitting process. A preliminary draft of this new ordinance proposes 3 key elements: that the public appeals process would go through the borough's own Board of Adjustments and Appeals instead of a utility-appointed appeals board. It adds a definition for the legal term reasonable and feasible as it applies to potential mitigation measures undertaken by utilities, instead of leaving feasible open to subjective interpretation. It also requires the utility's public outreach to describe its workflow for addressing public concerns during the design and construction of the project. That way, residents will have confidence that their voices will not only be heard, but also acted upon. This new ordinance would direct utilities to be cognizant not only of the community's need for their services, but also of the goals of community comprehensive plans and input from borough residents. It would provide transparency on how the utility would engage with landowners and how it would vet and construct reasonable and feasible mitigation measures to negate negative project impacts. Therefore, I encourage the Assembly to table OR 23080 tonight and stay tuned for a future ordinance, one that would provide more balanced code improvements for both borough residents and MEA. I also support the borough establishing a dedicated utility corridor to facilitate future infrastructure development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Patty Fisher. Excuse me, and I'm speaking in opposition to AM 24-038 regarding Moki 2 being provided a waiver to bid and work on borough contracts. Anyone in the audience, if you want to speak to this is the time you must do it now during audience participation. This action memorandum was hidden in the consent agenda, and I have to question Mr. Bernier, what was his purpose for doing that? It limited the announcement of the AM, and it limited discussion. The borough has code, and code requires that a retiring member wait a year before bidding on work on borough jobs. That is code. It is required of everyone. Mr. Chu's year will not be up until November. The AM 24-038 is very broad. It allows Mr. Chu can do business in other capacities, solicit for bids, and do other work. Yes, waivers have been granted in the past, usually for very specific jobs, but this AM is very broad. So broad, it would allow a spectrum of work to be undertaken. There is a reason for this one-year restriction being placed in the code. As an Assembly person, Mr. Chu received information on road service areas, contracts, litigation, and other special knowledge to which Assembly members are privy, and that will give him an advantage over other contractors. The year requirement to sit out borough work helps protect other contractors and the public from this insider knowledge. I would like to remind the Assembly that Mr. Chu was terminated as a contractor by the borough in 2016 after contract violations. He was notified of deficient work on 28 different occasions. I trust that means something to you. Chu had 85 negative actions from the borough between the years 2001 and 2015 with 3 terminations. Are we now such an organization that we ignore code, ignore poor performance, and allow favoritism to promote such a corrupt disregard of code. For goodness sakes, assembly persons, stand up and act like you care for the proper functioning of this borough and the upholding of borough code. Vote this AM down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online?
Good evening, Diane Latta, LADA, resident, Borough District 5, Madam Mayor, and Assembly members. I just have one question. Where do we go from here? As a voting constituent, we are asking, where do we go from here? Help me understand. It was only last May, June that Mr. Tu stated in his assembly chamber, the same assembly chamber that we're in right now, that he, along with Mr. Yunt, Fonov, and Bernier, had no conflict of interest in moving and or contracting in gravel or other excavation, moving borough materials, bids on roads, contracting borough construction jobs, etc. The same assembly chamber where we said there was no conflict of interest, with said equipment needed to move earth, building, and roads. He clearly stated he had no connections or conflict of interest. We all heard this. Now we are saying Mr. Tu does have this business ability, and now we should accept waived codes and regulations to not only allow him to competitively work in the contracting he said he was not associated with but a few months ago, but also to make a way for him beyond others who are already fairly doing the bidding and working already under proper contracts and pricing as well as outcomes. This is a major case of either amnesia or just good old-fashioned hypocrisy. This is plain wrong. Where do we go from here, Assembly members? You are ridiculing the purpose of this Assembly for one individual with a large history of breaking codes, improper business dealings, dishonest contracting, and citation after citation, which was already mentioned. Where do we go from here if this is how we are asked to look the other way? Are we now promoting businesses on such hypocrisy? We have seen no change in his dealings. Many of us in our community do not support the waiver of Action Memorandum 24038 to make yet another provision for going backwards while waiving one person, a subjective special connection, overt favoritism waiver for Clayton 2. Even Mr. Yunt just said he alluded to keeping policies and procedures for decisions, orders, and making processes better, getting rid of self-policing. I believe in his own words, and they apply here. We said no to 2 in April. We said no to 2 in November at the election booth, and we're saying no today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online? No. Okay, so I'll bring it back to those present here. Anyone else that would like to address the Assembly under audience participation? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close audience participation. Oh, okay, already. So we're at the consent agenda, and Deputy Mayor Alden, I understand you have an item to pull?
Yeah, could I please pull AM 24-013 and state a conflict and hopefully not be involved in the vote? So this engineering firm has worked for me in the past and will continue to work for me in the future, and I don't think I should have a say on any of their contracts.
Okay.
You have to make a ruling, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, what?
You have to make a ruling on whether you believe he has a conflict of interest or not. Do you need him to say it again?
And which one
AM
is it?
24-013.
013, okay.
Do you need him to state it again?
Please.
To state it again.
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
I've employed this engineering firm multiple times in the past and will continue to
okay.
do so. And I just don't think I should have a say in if they get a contract or not. So I would like to leave the room for that if that's okay.
Okay. Do you currently have them under contract?
I'd have to ask my wife, probably. I don't know. I don't.
Okay,
I
all
don't-
righty.
Yeah, but,
Well,
yeah,
we'll-
probably, and
we'll-
if not, we will in the future, but I'd have to ask Trinity.
Okay, so, yeah, I believe you're right. I think you need to excuse yourself. Thank you. Okay, so.
You ready for?
So we're gonna separate the question.
Yeah, we gotta do the rest of the consent agenda.
Yeah, so we're gonna separate you'll take that one up later like the other two. Okay, we're gonna treat that as a pulled along with the other two, so the clerk will read the rest of them so we can vote on that. Okay, go ahead.
Resolution 24034, a resolution authorizing the manager to sell the Cashwitna East Salvage Timber Harvest. Resolution 24038, a resolution directing the manager to research and report on the feasibility of procuring the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center currently owned by the Big Lake Lions Club to possibly be owned and operated by the borough. AM 24023, approval of a contract extension for contract 22080P with HDR Engineering for the urbanized area corridor study to extend the final completion date to June 30th, 2025. AM 24032, approval of utility relocation costs in the amount of $99,076.95 to Matanuska Telecom Association for the Edgerton Parks Road Mountain Trails Drive Upgrade and Pathway Project and extend the completion date to December 15th, 2024. AM 24033, awarded bid number 24088B to Granite Construction Company in the contract amount of $4,557,273.50 to construct East Hidden Hills Phase 1 and East Caswell Lake Road improvements. AM 24034, approval of change order number 4 to contract 21160P with Kinney Engineering in the amount of $412,617 for the Point McKenzie Road Construction Phase 1 project to add construction management services. AM 24035, awarded bid number 24097B to Dirtworks in the contract amount of $755,596.25 for the road improvements to Jupiter Avenue and Diane Avenue. AM 24036, awarded bid number 24105C to Worldwide Technology in the contract amount of $101,066.10 to acquire wireless internet access point devices for borough-wide deployment. AM 24037, approval of change order number 1 to contract 23020P with HDL Engineering Consultants to add $120,000 for the design of the Meadow Lakes Loop project for additional design services.
Deputy Mayor Benier.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record of the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, seeing no objection, then the consent agenda is approved. And Madam Clerk, we'll go back to you.
Resolution 24042, a resolution in support of House Bill 173 to increase the threshold for prevailing wage for public construction contracts pulled by Assemblymember Hale.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I move to adopt Resolution 24-042, and I'd like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm absolutely opposed to this. The prevailing wage is what gives guys like me a shot at the middle class. And if we can't pay a middle class wage to do projects, then we don't deserve to be doing those projects. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes. Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
I agree with Assemblymember Hill, but this has not been updated for inflation in a long time. Long, decades, so.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I agree with Assemblymember Yunt, and I agree with Assemblymember Hale, we should pay prevailing wage, but there's like a size of project that, I don't think you should, so I just wonder if there's any thought in Assemblymember Hale's mind as a person who does this sort of work, if updating for inflation, if 150 is too high and there's a lower number but higher than 25,000.
$5.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first looked at this, I thought, I didn't necessarily agree with it, but then when I thought about the idea that if you've gone from 25,000 to 150,000, a small contractor wouldn't have, 25,000 not gonna get you lunch. But if they could bid on a $150,000 project without having to worry about taking out a loan to pay the prevailing wage, that would allow smaller contractors to get in there, at least for anything under 150,000. Am I wrong, Tim?
Yes, Assemblyperson.
A smaller contractor could, right now, form as a S corporation or a sole proprietorship or a partnership and not pay any wage and just split the profits amongst the partners. And that wouldn't fall under a prevailing wage. But no, if you're gonna do public projects with public money, you need to pay a middle class wage. It's my position, and nothing will ever change that. having being the guy who does that kind of work, who does those projects, who, because of the prevailing wage, I can afford a home for my family. I can afford a higher education for my daughter. I can afford, a vacation every now and again. I get to live that middle-class lifestyle because of the prevailing wage.
I'm not sure that you answered to my question, perhaps you did, but the idea that a contractor who doesn't have the cash up front to pay that prevailing wage would literally have to take out a loan or something like that in order to get that job, but then that would be his step into the market where you are now. That would be his entrance, because he could afford to get into it. Anything under 150,000. I appreciate your point of view, but am I right in what I'm thinking?
If the project is small enough, and he can't afford to pay the prevailing wage, I would suggest that him and his brother go in on a partnership and split the profits and not pay any wage.
That doesn't make sense.
Further dissent, yes, Assemblyperson Nowers?
Just
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
question, maybe to administration. How did we pick 150,000? We're updating this, but where did we pull that figure from?
Through the mayor to Ms. Nowers, House Bill 173. It's current legislation that's in the session, so we didn't pick any numbers. I was just requested from the bill sponsor to see if we would write a letter of support. I had a feeling that it wasn't unanimous, so here it is.
And that's sort of an answer, but do you know what the justification is in HB 170? I'm not asking you to speak for it, but was there any magic to that number that was chosen?
I cannot speak to the legislative intent.
Yeah, I don't know, there probably would be something in the sponsor's statement, but, yeah. Well, let's see, Assemblyperson Fano, right?
I guess Stephanie asked the question to Manager Brown, he kind of answered it, so thank you.
Okay. Okay, further discussion on Resolution 24-042. Is there, I understand there is objection. So the Assembly would proceed to vote then.
It passed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers opposed.
Okay.
Now we are to the one Assemblymember Young had a conflict of interest on, AM 24013, approval of change order number 1 to contract 22143P with the Boutte Company to add $73,253.13 for the Willowell Way, Kodiak Drive, and Helen Lane improvement projects, and to extend the contract to January 30th, 2025, excuse me, and since Assemblymember Young pulled it, Madam Mayor, you'll have to get somebody to move it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, would you go ahead and move AM 24-013, please?
I move AM 24-013.
Okay. Discussion? Any objection to AM? Okay. Alrighty, so AM 24-013 passes. I think we have one more, don't we? Okay. Can somebody get, oh, Brenda got it. Okay, good, thank you.
That would be AM 24038, approval of waiver under MSB 2.71090 for former Assemblymember Layton Moki 2 to hold employment with the companies doing business with the borough and otherwise be eligible to competitively bid on borough contracts or do work for the borough on a volunteer basis. This was pulled by Assemblymember Hale.
No. Well, did you? Okay, all right. I'm
Yep,
sorry, ma'am.
I move to adopt AM 24-038, and I'll speak to it briefly, if I
Okay.
may. Talked to Moki about 3 weeks ago about doing something like this, something like my waiver. I currently have a waiver, for anyone who doesn't know. I have a waiver, but I pulled this from the consent agenda just to delineate the ways that this waiver is separate, is different from the one that I have. My waiver is very specific that I'm an hourly employee who does not have any supervisory or bid involvement or involvement in the bid process. This waiver is much broader and allows for involvement in the bid process and managerial position with the companies that are making these bids, and so that is how it is different from my particular waiver.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers, are you trying?
Thank you. I have an amendment I'd like to offer for if this goes through. That the amendment would allow employment with the borough for battleground excavation to be able to bid for and receive contracts to provide services to the borough, but it would strike the other language, which was just vague. It sort of said any other services or volunteer work, and I think if there's other work that Mr. Tu would like to come back and do, should be specific about it. When I looked back at past assembly members' exceptions, including most recently the one for Ms. Bovee, it was very specific to, this is an exception for this. So I think it's our job as assembly members, this exemption's in place, but it's because it requires review from the assembly. So I think we should just make it what is currently in front of us and not have sort of a blanket exemption there that is like for any work going forward. And I do have a copy of it, so I can pass it down
the
that way
clerk?
so folks can take a look at it.
Oh, for everybody.
I think
okay,
that's just
okay.
thank you, Lonnie. I'll pass this. But essentially, it would just, to speak to it, it would just say that he would allow to have an exemption for this work for battleground excavation, but strike the other language that's in the ordinance that would say any other services and also volunteer work.
Can I ask the attorney if anybody, you can't just volunteer for the borough? I mean, that exemption, you know what I'm saying? I understand the financial thing, if, you know, somebody can't come back, you know, within a year because there is some financial payment or something going on, but do you have a comment regarding the volunteer work?
Can I have one moment to pull up the code?
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Right, the current code restriction says cannot be employed, represent, advise, or assist the borough for compensation in any manner, or have any interest in a contract to provide services or supply while the elected official is in office or for 1 year after leaving office. So, with the volunteer being in, it was the sponsor's request. My understanding is that if there was a contractor out there working, and the former Assemblymember 2 was gonna volunteer for that contractor and say, oh, I'm not getting paid, right? Under the current code, that still would be prohibited. Under the way it was written, it would cover basically any work that Mr. Tu could do. If he approached the manager or a single department or somebody and said, hey, I want to volunteer, or the animal shelter, and he was gonna take care of cats or something, and wanted to volunteer, that would be allowable under the code currently, to direct volunteer for the borough. What he couldn't do is volunteer for a contractor who's getting money from the borough.
Okay, Assemblyperson.
I have a
Brenner?
question then. Could he volunteer for the borough to like, hey, this road is not being plowed to winter with. It's being, too much snow is left on it for snowpack. Could he advise superintendents and stuff like that on what the conditions really, what they should be looking for?
Any member of the public can send comments, concerns, complaints, and suggestions to our road maintenance supervisors at any time.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, I just want to say, as far as the amendment goes, I think this is exactly what I was looking for to get me to a yes. This is much more narrowly tailored and is much more in line with the rest of us who have received exemptions. This fits.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Yount, go ahead.
I'm tired and I'm confused. Can we please get an explanation? This is probably an amazing amendment, but if we could please get an explanation from either Nick or Lonnie as to what it exactly would do.
The AM as presented to you is a very broad waiver at the request of the sponsor. It is written such that former Assemblymember 2 can work for Battleground and Battleground can then bid and, if successful, be awarded contracts. The waiver covers that plus any other potential contractor, and former Assemblymember 2 in his individual capacity to also bid, compete. So it's not limited to just Battleground excavation. The one before you is very broad. It would cover all circumstances. The amendment narrows it back down to the current issue that occurred with Battleground, to allow Battleground to be able to bid on contracts and, if successful, both employ former Assemblymember 2 and get the contract.
So you're saying he can take and actually turn wrenches for Battleground, and Battleground will be awarded contracts?
If they're competitively bid and otherwise qualified, all those other qualifications, but yes.
Okay.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, so this brings it back into line with my exemption, which says if I, at any point, am promoted or whatever into a position where I have supervisory capabilities or I'm going to be involved in bid process, then I have to come back to the assembly and get a new waiver. So I think this is narrowly tailored and, allows him to do the work that he's going to do, and allows Battleground to bid competitively while he's working with them. And I think that that's where we need to be.
Okay. Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
I wanted to know if, for some reason, he needed to fill in a spot, or Battleground needs to fill in certain area for a different contract or for a different company, then they would have to, if it's a high snowfall or whatever, would this amendment put the restriction on that, or not?
Go ahead, sir.
So the way the code is written right now, no company that employs a former assembly member for a year can do any work for the borough at all. If that restriction is lifted, it doesn't really matter what type of work it is that Battleground is doing, if they're helping out somebody or they're a sub or whatever. As long as all of the other borough processes are met, they would be eligible to bid while employing former Assemblymember 2.
Okay, but other company wouldn't be able to hire, so this is specifically tied to just that company?
Well, if another company then hired Battleground as a sub, that would be okay.
But they wouldn't be able
But
to hire
not
him?
Mr. 2 as former Assemblymember 2 as an individual,
Okay.
under the narrowed amendment proposed by Assemblymember Nowers.
Okay, but originally, the way that it's written, he could technically work not just for Battleground, but for any other company, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you say that one more time, because so that means he could go to work for anybody else?
Yeah, I
And-
assume, what if Battleground doesn't win, but
Yeah.
he can still go work for a different competitor, if we, the way originally was written. But if amendment passes, it only allows him to work for Battleground, not for any other company, so it restricts him to just that one company. That's assuming if they win. As of now, from my understanding, they don't have a contract, so.
Okay.
That just seems to me like limiting somebody's ability to work. I don't like that.
Okay, I just wanted to understand and bring that to attention, so that's what this amendment will do, so.
Not without coming and asking for another waiver.
Okay.
And I would just note, this is only in place until November, and then the 1-year exemption is off. So this just says, hey, this
The
is
whole
what you told
construction
us you want to do, let's go ahead and approve that, and if there's something else, the assembly should take a look at it, because that's our due diligence.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
When this came up before with Ms. Bouvet, I voted against it because a rule is a rule is a rule. But then this rule is full of exceptions, and I guess my question at the time was then, had we ever not let somebody do this before? And I don't even remember what the answer to that was. But when I look at something and it basically says it just does not adversely affect the borough, and we've already done it, and we apparently do it all the time, I'm going with this.
Madam Clerk, as far as you know.
As far as I know, I can't remember when this law came into effect, but I do believe this is the third one that's come before the assembly. And I'm looking at Mr. Spiropoulos because he remembers a lot better than I do.
Yes, I do remember when this law came into effect, and one of the reasons this particular code came into effect was a former assembly member was given a contract within a year, which was already prohibited by code. But the code then was strengthened to mandate that it be approved in advance of a bid. And the other function was to make it very, very public that it was happening, because there were concerns with the prior that it was somehow untoward or not competitively bid or something of that nature.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember when this was adopted, it was right before I was elected, and Mr. Sumner would have to speak to it, but what he said at the time was that this was mainly about having it all out in the open and having the conversation about what assembly members are involved in when their term is over or during their term. And so that the exception was placed into the rule so that the assembly could take a look and say, yeah, this is going to be okay. You know, this is not, you know, an ethical issue. You know, and I think that the three cases we've had since its adoption have really kind of proved the efficacy. It's late of the law, and I think it's great, and we have something here that lets Mr. 2 work and lets battleground bid, and I think that's what we need to have here.
Further discussion on the amendment, yes. So, well, let me, Deputy Mayor, can I have you move for extending the meeting to, I guess, midnight, I guess, or whatever you choose?
I move to move the meeting until midnight.
Okay, is there any objection? Okay, already, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
I should probably hold my comment until after the amendment. I apologize.
What did he say?
He's holding his comment until after the primary amendment is voted on.
Oh, okay, okay. Alrighty. So any objection to the amendment? Yep, we do have objection. Okay.
If I can get the members to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and McKee opposed.
Okay. So now you have an amendment, AM 24-038. Deputy Mayor Yount, do you have a comment now?
Yeah, you know, this is not something to take lightly, and so I called Jesse. I just called him and asked him. You know, I wasn't here and when that code was passed, and I just figured it'd be a lot easier to understand it if I called the guy. And there was two big concerns, and Tim talked to one of them. Jesse's biggest concern was that you have these conversations in public, which is obviously what we've done, and that's a good thing. The other thing was he was really concerned about what I would consider like a sole-sourced contract, where it was just, it's going to be this much money, and you're going to do the work, and it wasn't put out to bid. This was put out to bid, will be put out to bid. Every RSA contract is put out to bid, and everybody in the world's allowed to bid on it, and that's a very public format too. And I do want to say that is something we should never be involved in here at the Assembly. We should not pick winners and losers. That's the staff's job. They put a bid out. They determine what you need to do to be qualified. You have to have XYZ equipment or whatever it may be. And then if they deem you to be responsive and you're the best bid, then you get it. And it comes to us for approval, but I don't think it would ever be a good idea for us to disapprove one either if the staff said this is the best person. And so after talking to Jesse, this meets those criteria. This was not a sole-sourced subject. It never will be. RSA contracts should always be put out in the open and bid to everybody. Hopefully we get 5, 6, 7 bids on them. I think our best this year so far has been 4. We had an RSA or 2 that received 4 bids, which is great. Hopefully we get more, and then have the public discussion. So I do very much like the amendment. I'm glad it passed. I think it helps bring clarification to the subject, and so, yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Is there objection to AM 24-038 with the amendment? Oh, sure, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's late. I'm tired. I'll try and gather my thoughts here. So the reason why we're here is that we have this new contract, and it's been bid, and the bids came in for several RSAs that the administration found too high. And so they asked the contractors to lower their bid prices, and they did, and they still didn't like that. So it's my opinion that they're bringing this AM forward, the administration is, to try and gain leverage over the RSA contractors that have already bid at levels that they found unacceptable. Battleground did bid. They used Mr. Two as their experience because they didn't have the experience to bid the contract, and that was what was unacceptable by our current ordinance. So the AM came forward to allow Mr. Two to become legally the experience for Battleground. Now, Mr. Two was involved in the crafting of this contract, the current contract that's being bid. And the reason why it's being rushed through the assembly, through an attempt through the consent agenda and then in one meeting is because there's another bid tomorrow. Is that correct, Mr. Manager? The next bid for the road service area contracts is tomorrow?
Go ahead if you want to.
I believe those next two RSAs open on Friday.
On Friday, okay, this week. So, first of all, I believe there is a conflict of interest with Mr. Two being involved with any of the bidding process because of his involvement in the crafting of the current contract. I also find it curious that the bonding requirements were removed from the contract at Mr. Two's suggestion, only to find out that Mr. Two and Battleground, neither one of them could qualify for a bond if they were required to. So I'd like to go back and have a little history conversation here. Mr. Two has a long history of problems as a contractor in and out of the Matsu Borough. He lost a contract to Mirror Lake doing their roads. He lost a contract to the city of Palmer doing their roads. Lost a contract to the city of Wasilla doing their roads. And finally, his Matsu Borough contract was canceled with a 3-year restriction. Mr. Two at one point had more complaints in 1 year than all of the other RSA contractors put together. While acting as a contractor for the borough, Mr. Two had multiple OSHA violations. One for an almost fatality incident on Petersville Road during a borough culvert project. Additionally, he had an equipment operator operating without a driver's license because he couldn't get a driver's license due to too many DUIs. He had employees of his that were caught on borough cameras drinking alcohol while operating equipment on borough projects. He also had employees that were letting children ride on the heavy equipment, in fact, in the bucket of a front loader. So Mr. Bernier wanted to talk about character issue to Terry Gorlick, so let's talk about character issues. Mr. Two has 3 pages on court view. Mr. Two was successfully sued by one of his employees for sexual harassment, a male employee. So I'm really just amazed that we're even here having this conversation about letting Mr. Two back into the borough contracting system. I think that he should have to spend the year out and then come back in November after he served his time, and then he can apply just like everybody else. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I've got a weigh in here.
Okay.
And this is not about the merit of the AM, but I got to correct a couple things because you said administration, so I want to make sure it's clear for the record and for the other 6 bosses I have sitting up here. If this AM gets approved tonight in its current form, it does not affect the current RSA 21 road bid. It is, you can't do it retroactively. The attorney and I have been round and round about this. It does not affect the bid that Battleground was the apparent low on, and there was a contractor that was the next. There were two bidders. It does not affect that. If this AM gets approved tonight, I want to be very clear, it does not change that bid because that happened before this action. And I've talked to Mr. Tu about that. I've talked to the attorney about it. I want to be very clear. Number two, I did not sponsor this ordinance. Administration did not bring this AM forward. This is sponsored by an assembly member. And number three, Public Works drafted the new RSA contracts. Mr. Tu, I mean, there was some discussions as he was exiting office about some of those things. And Tom, I'm sorry, you're sitting in the back, so I'm gonna say, that guy in the back's responsible for those contracts. And in the end, if they're not what they need to be, administration's gotta own that. So I just wanna be clear, because I think that's really important that we have that right, is administration owns the contracts. I didn't sponsor this AM, and it doesn't change the outcome for the current RSA 21 bid as is, even if this gets approved tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson Young? No? Okay. Is there any objection to AM 24-038 as amended? Okay, we do have objection. Madam Clerk.
Can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Nowers, thank you. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale, Gamble, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Alrighty, so that took care of all the consent agenda, correct?
Correct.
Madam Clerk? Okay, so we're now to unfinished business. We have a main motion that is, I guess maybe I should have you read that, right, for the.
Ordinance
please.
2380, an ordinance amending MSB 1705 Essential Services Utilities by providing additional process and standards for approval.
Okay, so there is a main motion that is pending, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Is there objection to the?
I object.
Okay. All right. So there is.
And if I may speak to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll keep it brief, but here's what it really boils down to for me. Matanuska Electric Association has a board of directors who is elected just like we are. They go through an election process just like we do. I think they need to be responsible for what happens in that building, not us. I don't ever want to see us responsible for it. I also will add, we have some unbelievable engineers in this building. Civil engineers who help design and construct roads. We don't have any electrical engineers, I don't think, and if we do, they're working in a different capacity. We do not today, nor will we ever have the expertise to weigh in on this. And for that reason, I object to postponing indefinitely, and I would like to vote this down tonight.
Okay.
Assemblymember Nowers.
Oh, I'm sorry. She didn't have her light on, so I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
Assemblyperson
just want to respond to those comments because I think this will be voted down tonight, and postponing indefinitely versus voting down are essentially the same. But I do want to just push back on the idea that the borough doesn't have a role in this. There's a role for the borough in terms of the land use impacts that large development has on the property owners, and that's just a little different framework than MEA looks at. MEA is looking at reliability and transmission costs, and so there's a balancing act to be had there, and I think the utility corridors are a great kind of middle of the road solution because then people know what to expect and the utilities know what to expect. So I think this will get voted down, but I do think we have a role, and I do look forward to more work being done on figuring out where these utilities and transmission lines should go.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's no technical difference between voting this down or postponing it indefinitely. They both have the exact same result. Either way, I have come to the determination that there isn't support on the Assembly for this ordinance. So I would like to call the question, and maybe we can move on.
Okay. Is there objection to the question being called? I do not hear,
Are we
no.
still on the postponing indefinitely?
Basically just kills it.
What?
I know. I still regret that we didn't vote on a first-class government, so I don't want to postpone.
Okay, so there is objection, right?
I don't know if there's objection to calling the question, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. So is there objection to calling the question,
No.
which would mean stops?
No.
No.
Stopping debate.
Okay, so there is no objection to that? Okay. But
If
you
you can
have
turn
your
your
light
mic
on,
on,
so you
Assembly
want to
Member Campbell.
talk.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask Attorney if postponing indefinitely, then we can resurrect it, or,
We're on calling the question right now.
no, call the
Right,
question, we
we're
agreed.
calling the question.
Ah,
So
okay,
most-
then,
Since there was an
Postponing
objection.
indefinitely is just like voting it down without directly voting it down. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I'm asking on the calling the question, is there objection to calling the question? There is. So then the assembly will have to vote on the calling of the question. That's my understanding, right? Yes, okay. Okay. So the calling of the if you vote yes, then it stops it. Yeah, you understand. Okay, all right.
Now we're on postpone indefinitely, correct, Madam Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
I do believe there was objection.
There is objection, so now it's on the calling of the question.
No, we're on postpone indefinitely, Madam Mayor.
on the calling of the question, so you'll have to clear the.
Okay. Madam Mayor,
Uh,
if I can clarify, I do believe there was no objection to calling the question.
There is.
There was?
Oh,
No,
I
there
thought
was
Ron,
not.
I thought Rob had his hand up. Oh, okay.
Now
So
we're
my-
on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Right.
So now we need to vote on that. If I can
Okay.
get the members in the room to vote on postponing
I need-
indefinitely.
I want to ask Attorney,
Okay,
postponing indefinitely versus voting it down.
I want to answer that.
Okay,
ahead.
Miss,
We are-
actually, I want to ask
I
Mr.
can
Rob why he.
explain the difference,
oh,
but there is no more debate. There is no more debate at this point in time. Postponing indefinitely basically votes it down without voting no.
so if you want further discussion on it.
Postpone
then-
indefinite, or the calling for the question already happened.
Right,
We need to vote on the postponing indefinitely with no debate, Madam Mayor. No
Right.
debate.
but I mean, if it's voted down, then we do go back to,
No.
Well,
Madam Mayor,
isn't it
they've
back
already,
on the-
they've already called the question.
Right.
If you're talking about if it's postponed indefinitely voted down, correct, then we're
right.
back to the main motion. I'm so
Right.
sorry.
yeah, right. So if you want to go back to the main motion, then you're going to vote no. Okay? Do you understand? Everybody understand? Okay, if you want to go back to the main motion.
I think
Okay.
everybody's voted.
Okay, good.
If I can get it to go.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Gamble and Nowers in favor.
okay. So now we're back to the unfinished business, which we have a main motion pending on 23-080. Deputy Mayor Yon, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say it again. I mean, I agree there are things that the Matsu Borough should be involved in. And we add a lot of value in a lot of places. We cannot add value when it comes to designing electrical transmission lines. They have an elected body, just like we have. I think this grows government substantially in a direction that A, should not be growing, and B, that in a direction we don't even have any expertise on. And for that reason, I want to put the votes on record. I'm adamantly opposed to this legislation.
Okay, further discussion on the main motion, yes, Assemblyperson Hale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to call the question.
Is there any objection to calling the question? Do we have objection to calling the question? No, okay. So then we'll proceed to vote.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the main motion. Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Hale in support.
Okay, so we're done with that. There are no vetoes, how about that? So I guess then we're ready for the new business, Madam Clerk.
Introduction for a public hearing on April 16th, ordinance 24037, ordinance 24041 with accompanying resolution 24037, ordinance 24043 with accompanying resolution 2440, ordinance 2444 with accompanying resolution 24041, ordinance 24046 with accompanying resolution 24043.
Deputy Mayor Vanera, would you move the introductions, please?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set public hearings for April 16th, 2024.
Okay, is there a discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, then the legislation is introduced. Okay, the next item, Deputy Mayor, will you read the vacancy report, please?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Transportation Advisory Board, Pat Daniels.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the vacancy report is approved. We'll let you by easy tonight, but probably in a month, it will be another long procedure. Anyway, there's no other new business, there are no referrals or no reconsiderations. It's time for parting comments. Mr. Attorney. Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments. Deputy Mayor
We thank you,
Benier.
Heavenly Father, for all the blessings that you bestow on us. Please help us to love our neighbors as we love ourselves. Thank you for your sacrifice and grace. Please bless and guide our first responders, military, teachers, our leaders, and our veterans and our youth. Guide our parents to love and to teach their children to honor and follow you. Please fill our hearts and souls with your spirit. We pray for the sick, the hurt, the lost, and the addicted. We ask for forgiveness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Parting comments, Assemblyperson
Yeah,
Hale.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say that I support our libraries and our librarians wholeheartedly. And I hope that librarians are still out there giving very mildly delinquent kids an opportunity to work off their community service hours.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
Thank you. I just can't help but note the irony that we don't have the expertise on transmission lines, but we think we have the expertise on generation. So when we passed, we should do coal. I just kind of stuck out to me. Good night.
Parting comments, ma'am. Parting comments, Assemblyperson Yacht.
Want to throw some quick love at the Wasilla High School and Colony High School girls basketball teams. They just played in the finals at the state tournament. Wasilla did win. I think it's only the second time in the history of the Matsu that both finalists were from the Valley. I could be wrong about that, but either way, it's quite the accomplishment to see those two schools competing against and beating all of the Anchorage schools. So great job to the Lady Warriors and the Lady Knights.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment one more time on the library situation. I think that the librarians got a little defensive and territorial when Jackie and her folks came in. They're passionate about protecting children, and the librarians were getting defensive about, protecting their library space, and it digressed into what happened here tonight. It's a shame that they couldn't calmly work things out with the process that we had in place. I just hope that the committee that we've put together tonight, or that we approve tonight, will be able to do the work that we hope it will, and keep the material out of our public libraries that shouldn't be in there, or provide a process for us to make sure, like Assemblymember Hale said earlier, that we have a different type of library pass for some kids that are younger, so that the library knows when they come up to check out a book that they shouldn't or may not should be able to check out that book. Anyways, I hope the best for that group, and thank you very much. I'm tired. I want to go home.
Assemblyperson Fauna, parting remarks.
Thank you very much, who was here till the very end, and have a good night.
Okay, well, we all had a good meeting. We made decisions, good, better, and different. We're going to adjourn without any objections at 11:45.